the purpose of this meeting, our meeting purpose today is actually basically looking at the bringing together the key stakeholders, that is mainly looking at the policy makers, health professionals, development partners, and also some of the communities that have been affected with TB, to majorly look at reviewing Uganda's progress and appreciate what has been done in the country towards ending the TB epidemic, but also showcase the AI-driven innovations that have been already implemented in Uganda and how we are making progress in using these innovations to improve on the TB program, and majorly on areas around TB case detection and the management, including the diagnostic methods. We appreciate that through the Ministry of Health and NTLP, a lot has happened in terms of scaling down the innovations around the use of AI in TB program in Uganda, and this has happened across the country. So we will be able to explore this as we move on in the course of the day and what it has been able to contribute towards the control of TB in Uganda. And specifically getting into the objectives, our general objectives majorly to accelerate adoption and use of AI-driven interventions in the Uganda's TB program. As you have been already informed that as JCRC through the LPHS North and Southwest activity, part of the things, the areas we really support across the 4 regions where we implement this program is to support implementation of the TB program. And of course, now with adoption of AI, this becomes very paramount that we want to really explore how we make use of these innovations to optimize the TB interventions in the regions. And specifically, we want to review the current TB epidemiological situation in Uganda and the use of AI in Uganda's TB program. To share the early learnings from the use of AI-driven interventions, TB care in Uganda. And from this, we expect to be able to develop recommendations for improving AI use in Uganda's TB program, both in the country, but also specifically for the regions that we support as JCRC. So that is all I have for now. Thank you very much, and over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Simons. Join me, Dr. Simons, for sharing the objectives and setting the stage for this symposium. Actually, perhaps in the diaspora. So without further ado, before we go to the next leadership remark, I want to acknowledge the other participants online. We do have bilateral organizations and partners. We have representation from the Department of War, the Department of State, CDC on the call. And we also have local governments. We have representation from the districts and the health facilities. We also have representation from implementing partners that are supporting service delivery across the country. So you're most welcome to this symposium. Moving on to the next agenda item, we will have leadership remarks, which is welcome remarks from Dr. Ebo Nkolo. Dr. Ebo Nkolo is the chief party on the local partner health services North and Southwest activity that is implemented by JCRC. He has also served on numerous large projects implementing TB under the Defeat TB project and numerous other projects. So he brings a wealth of experience as he provides these welcome remarks from his experience in working in these different entities. So I take this opportunity to invite Dr. Ebo to give us the welcome remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Anna, and good morning, everyone present in this room, but also those joining online, and all protocol observed. On behalf of LPHS North and the Southwest, I would like to warmly welcome you to this symposium on artificial intelligence in ending the TB epidemic in Uganda. And our theme is, yes, we can end TB, the role of artificial intelligence in ending the TB epidemic in Uganda. I would like to begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to our Executive Director, Dr. Sisekitio, but also to the JCRC fraternity and the LPHS project in general. I also express my sincere appreciation to the Department of State, which has been coordinating this activity, but also the US government in general for supporting life-saving interventions across the country. Your support continues to strengthen critical TB services, not only nationally, but also across the 4 regions of Ankole, Acholi, Lamu, and Kigezi, where LPHS operates. I also wish to thank our presenters who have dedicated time to prepare for today's discussion. I've been looking at the presentation. The presentations have been well done, all of them, and we have shared them ahead of time. We are honored to have contributions from Simplify Network Uganda. Mr. Ken Strober is our keynote speaker. He will be joining us soon. We have the Minister of Health, Mr. Paul Mbaka, who will be joining us. The National TB and Leprosy Program, Dr. Luze Henry, we are already with him here. We appreciate you being here. Dr. Albert Gua works with the National TB Leprosy Program. Also, thank you for coming in time. And online, we have from IDI, LPHS, TB, and Urban Health, we have Mr. Tumesige Philip, and then there are also other GCRC colleagues who have made these presentations, and we will be going through them. We are confident that today we will be rich in learning and knowledge sharing. We know that TB remains one of the leading infectious disease threats in Uganda and globally, and this disproportionately affects vulnerable populations and impacts both health and livelihoods. Across the regions, that is Ankole, Acholi, Lamu, and Kigezi, our program has made notable progress. If we look at statistics of last year, overall, 91% of the clients were screened for TB at OPD. That is about 1.3 million, 1.1 million out of 1.3 million. And the TB case detection rate stands at around 86%. Bacteriological coverage is about 74% and 80%, indicating some improvement. We know that we have also notified MDR TB cases that were notified last year with a treatment success of 92% and a rate of 86%. The TB case fatality rate and loss to follow up are both at 3%. In addition, TB preventive initiation stands at about 39% for children under 5 years, with an impressive completion rate of about 100%. While these achievements reflect the strong efforts of our teams and partners, they also highlight critical gaps, particularly in missed cases, early detection, and diagnostic coverage. To end TB, we must go beyond routine approaches and adopt more innovative, data-driven, and patient-centered strategies. This is where artificial intelligence offers a powerful opportunity. Artificial intelligence can enhance early detection, can support targeted case finding through hotspot mapping, improve data use for decision-making, and strengthen patient follow-up, ultimately helping us save more lives and improve program performance. I'm encouraged that our teams across our regions have already begun to explore and apply some of these approaches. Importantly, this year, LPHS established community of practice on the use of AI ending the TB epidemic. This platform brings together practitioners with clear terms of reference to regularly exercise experiences, to regularly share experiences, learn from each other, and continuously improve TB interventions. We are pleased that this group will also be sharing their work during this symposium and demonstrating practical applications of AI in our context. We hope that today's presentation will clearly demonstrate how AI can help us detect more TB cases, closing existing gaps, and strengthen our response. I would also like to highlight that every March 24th, we commemorate the World TB Day, and this year's national commemoration will take place in Moya District. This makes the today's symposium timely and well aligned with ongoing advocacy to leverage innovations like AI in accelerating efforts to end TB. As we look ahead, AI will be an important tool in contributing to the global target of ending the TB epidemic by 2030. Achieving this will require strong partnerships, practical solutions, and alignment with national priorities. I encourage all of us to actively engage and reflect on how we can translate these innovations into real and measurable impacts. Thank you. I wish you a positive symposium.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for the table. Those online, you can use the icons to tap or to give a thumbs up after this speaker. Thank you very much, Dr. Ebra, for taking us through the remarks and also letting us know that the AI is now, it's not in the future. It's actually here with us, so we have to be able to use it and use it well. Ensure that we leverage on it to improve. And also you did emphasize the role of partnerships and collaboration in doing this. I take this opportunity of inviting our next speaker. Our next speaker is a renowned leader in public health, a renowned researcher, and is also the executive director for the Joint Clinical Research Center, JCRC. Dr. Sisi Kyo is our next speaker to give us opening remarks. And just to say a little bit about Dr. Sisi, he has over 30 years of experience in coordinating, in supporting public health, in HIV research, and also care for patients. She was one of the pioneers in the research for antiretroviral therapy in Africa, and has been at the forefront in scaling up this work in the country. She has also led as a principal investigator with numerous researchers that have been landmark, including researchers that led to innovative treatment, HIV. So I take this opportunity to welcome this exceptional leader who continues to share clinical research and public health innovation in Uganda and beyond. Dr. Sisi,
thank you. Good morning, all our distinguished guests. Thanks, Anna, for the introduction. You just forgot one thing that is relevant to this meeting. As a young researcher, I was one of the investigators for the biggest actually so far in Uganda. It was also multi-country TB prevention study. And many others now that we have done, including shortening TB treatment to 4 months, were one of the sites as part of ACTG. So I think we are not yet adopting that one. I think that also helps us in patients completing their TB treatment. But today, I would like to acknowledge representatives from the Ministry of Health and the National TB and Leprosy Division. Some of them are right here in this room. You're most welcome to this meeting on a topical issue. We have colleagues from the US Department of State online. We have district leaders who are joining us virtually. We have our partners from Simplify Network Uganda. We have partners from IDI, Local Partner Health Services, TB Urban Activity, and all implementing organizations who are attending this meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all most welcome to this important tuberculosis AI Symposium. I had some slides about JCRS, but I removed them because I am very sure everybody who is attending this meeting knows JCRS. We've been around from 1991, so that is how many years now? 34. If you don't know us, I am very worried. But the JCRC was established in 1991 at the peak of the HIV epidemic by His Excellency, the President. And this was to provide a scientific intervention in the HIV epidemic. But when we talk about TB, TB is the commonest opportunistic infection in HIV. And therefore, as we have done research, as we have rolled out evidence for practice and guidelines, this has included many research projects on TB. And some of these have changed the way we manage both HIV but also TB. So next slide. As they are trying to bring that up, I think as already mentioned by Ebo, Uganda, like many high burden countries, continues to face a significant challenge with TB. And the people here from the National TB and Leprosy Program, I see them shaking their heads, so they agree. We still have a problem. But we have made commendable progress. They also agree with that. But we still have gaps, which include delayed diagnosis. We have missed cases, and treatment gaps are still costing lives. Every gap that we mentioned costs lives, not one life, several lives. So every misdiagnosis is not just a statistic like Ebo was presented. It is a person, a family, a community losing someone who could have been saved. So this symposium is not just another meeting. It is a deliberate step towards closing those gaps, meaningfully closing those gaps. Next slide. So why are we here today? Celebrating the TB Day. What are we celebrating? I think we have opportunities, we have the promise of using AI, and we are gathered here to explore how artificial intelligence can transform our fight collectively against, to transform the fight against TB. AI is not a distant, futuristic concept. It is a practical tool, and I think already as mentioned by Anna, the chair, which is already here in Uganda, helping detect TB earlier, track outbreaks faster, support health workers to make better decisions. Through digital X-rays, and we will hear from the different presentations, digital chest X-ray analysis, predictive hotspot mapping, AI-supported treatment follow-up. We now have some tools that can reach far beyond the limitations of traditional methods. So AI is giving us a chance to find the people we currently miss. Because this is not just statistics, these are real people. And we want to find these people in time. I would like to sincerely recognize the Ministry of Health for its leadership in the fight against both HIV and TB, because I think if we decrease the HIV, we will also decrease the TB. The US government for ongoing technical and financial support, district health teams, and frontline workers who battle TB on a daily basis. And all our technology and research partners for pushing innovation forward. At JCRC, we are very proud to work alongside all of you. And TB cannot be ended by one institution. It requires a unified front. That's why we are all here together. Our commitment, not yet, go back. Our commitment at JCRC, right now, we are finalizing or renewing our 5-year strategic plan. And AI is very well embedded and positioned as a central pillar across all our directorates, everything we do, including service delivery, public health programs, and also research. So we have another area of research, AI in health. We see AI as a catalyst. It's not replacing health workers, but how do we use it to empower them? We are committed to implementing AI responsibly with strong governance, ethical data use, and equity at the center. Innovation must improve care and not widen disparities. Next slide. Next, yeah. So what do we aim to achieve today as we come together at this symposium? We want to encourage participants to focus on 4 things. 1, we want to reflect on where we are in Uganda's TB response. We know that maybe we are doing different things in different regions by different implementers. What is available in Uganda in terms of practice as it relates to artificial intelligence? We want to learn. All of us are here to learn, including the JCRC team. We want to learn from successful AI-driven innovation, which is already in use. We want to learn, and we want to adopt, and we want to scale. If these are pilot things, we want to scale them. That's why we have the National TB and Leprosy Program to follow. We are no longer in pilots. If we have successes, we scale them up. We want to identify realistic entry points for scaling AI across regions and families. But very importantly, we want to strengthen partnerships that will carry this work into implementation. It's not a one institution thing. It is all of us. This is Uganda, and we all work together. So this symposium is not just another meeting. It's about actionable insights, not theory. Please leave your theory in your offices. We are here for action. I had Ebo talk about community of practice. Who is included in the community of practice? Is it just JCRC only or all other implementers in the country?
For now.
Because we have to scale that is successful. Next slide. And because this is not theory, what is the call to action? I encourage each one of you to listen very attentively to the presentations and to think boldly. I see many of you are not timid, at least the ones I can see, they are not timid. You are not timid people. You have to think boldly. Let us use today to envision a TB program where no patient is left undiagnosed. Dr. Lucy, where data guides every decision and where innovation becomes routine and not exception. Sometimes we have a small innovation and we are very excited, and no, innovation should become routine. They should be scaled up. Uganda can lead the region in AI-enabled TB control. And for us, we are working on your behalf. We are here to facilitate. If we commit to building, testing, and scaling these tools, it should be that we are working together and we are working with you. At SCRC, we are fully committed to leveraging AI in support of national TB elimination efforts. We know that innovation, when combined with strong partnerships, we have to work in partnerships, can accelerate Uganda's progress towards ending TB once and for all. So with great pleasure, and on behalf of the Joint Clinical Research Center, I officially open this AI-TB virtual symposium, and I wish all of us productive, insightful, and forward-thinking, bold deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sisi, for the remarks that were very inspiring. They have ushered us into the symposium. Thank you. The ones are very, very inspired. I would like us to then move on to our next speaker, who is from the Department of State, who will be giving remarks on behalf of the Department of State, and this is none other than Ms. Rachel Kwesi. Ms. Rachel Kwesi has been supporting the Department of State in the area of strategic information, and today she will be sharing the remarks. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Rachel Kwesi from the Department of State. She will be providing the remarks. Ms. Rachel, most welcome.
Good morning. I do hope you can hear me well. Please confirm.
We can hear you.
Good morning. I'm so excited to participate in this great tuberculosis AI virtual symposium as Uganda marks the World TB Day. And yes, I agree we can end TB, and I believe AI is here to help us do this. So Uganda remains one of the high burden countries for TB. At the same time, Uganda has really made real progress in digital health, and artificial intelligence is going to really add practical value if we use it responsibly in a way that can serve Ugandan patients, health workers, and national priorities. I think I am really excited to be here and learn all the different initiatives that we're going to discuss under TB particularly, but I'm also excited to know that Paul Mbaka will be in the room, so I look forward to listening in his session. I think would like to know more about AI for Health framework that can be used to guide implementation, to guide protocols that are needed to guide data privacy and security and use, so that for all these use cases, we have a place where we can go to and find guidance and ensure that Ministry of Health is regulating whatever we're doing. So I look forward to that session as well to understand how Ministry of Health is viewing this. And I really look forward to learning. So again, I won't take much time, but I'm just here to learn and I'm excited to be a part of this. So thank you very much, and back to you.
Work as we use it as a tool for innovation. Thank you. So we will now move to the more technical sessions as part of the opening. As I highlighted earlier, we do have two technical presentations. One that focuses on the role of AI in ending the TB epidemic in Uganda, and then the second one will be on hotspot mapping using the recon. So the first session, or the first presentation on the role of AI in ending TB epidemic will be presented by Dr. Henry Lize, who is from the National TB and Leprosy Program. He is also the Assistant Commissioner for the department. He has a wealth of experience that he brings to this session, as he will be sharing with us, how the ministry has been able to position itself, provide oversight in the use of artificial intelligence. So as we know, artificial intelligence has rapidly begun to transform TB diagnostics, enhancing the speed, enhancing the accuracy at which we are able to detect, but also reach the populations that need to be reached in underserved communities. So this session is very, very important. So to guide us through, I want to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Henry from the National TB and Leprosy Program to take us through this. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, Dr. Anna. Good morning, all of you.
Morning.
Yeah, I think you introduced me very well, but allow me just to say one paragraph before I proceed by appreciating the research for first of all organizing this with the team, and also for the presentation that has made. And we have all seen the passion that we have known it. Many of some of us, but the passion is still there for fighting the diseases, HIV, TB, and other diseases that affect us. So thank you so much. And I'm happy to be here to this symposium, which is one of the leading activities TB Day for this year, which are going to hold next week on the 21st in the region in Noya district. So I'm happy to see you there next week. So my role here is to make a brief presentation on the artificial intelligence in Uganda, TB response, and the current status of activities that exist. Now, this is the background which most of us are quite familiar with, that in Uganda we are still among that high burden TB and high TB HIV co-infection among the countries. And the program data shows an estimated 37% TB HIV co-infection among the TB patients. And we have an estimate of 96,000 people who fall sick with TB each year. But we miss nearly 20,000 of those according to estimated in the program. So as the people pointed out, that we are still having gaps within the program, and we have to make that. And TB is still among the major cause of mortality among HIV. 60% of TB mortalities are among the infected individuals. We know that the previous survey was conducted in 2015 showed symptom-based screening missed 50% of TB patients. So if you go in a screen TB patient just using the symptoms the way we have been doing for centuries, then we are missing nearly 55% of the people who actually have tuberculosis. However, we still know that symptom screening still remains the dominant screening method, even among proliferative HIV, despite the expanding coverage, because we have not been able to bring in all what we need, bring in, we still rely on symptom screening in the majority of our facilities. So, not long ago, we started the introduction of digital X-ray with computer-aided diagnosis, the card for TB screening. And we think that this is going to be one of the ways that is going to improve the way we are doing things and lead us to more detecting more patients with tuberculosis. So the Ministry of Health and the TB program adopted the WHO recommendations to use the chest X-ray with computer-aided diagnosis for TB screening systematically. And the plan we have now is to have one portable digital X-ray per district and one mobile clinic per region. But we want to move away from the district level because we see given that it's still too few. We want at least to say a center for. So we are advising it to take it to as low as the center for better access to these new technologies. So the current coverage, the country, we have 79 portable digital X-ray systems. The ones that you can actually currently, if you see the picture above there, that is the one that the portable digital X-ray, and that is the case, and that is the machine which is being held by me and the custodian, meaning that you can easily actually carry it to our patients and we do the screening that is needed. We also have 16 mobile clinics. Below these are the clinics, and most of us, we have seen them and we have used them. We know that these can reach areas that cannot be easily reached routinely. We have also received recently 42 additional portable digital X-rays that we are going to distribute quite soon, the next month. So this is a snapshot of what we have been doing with the digital X-ray from 2021 to 2025. We have been able to screen over 190,000 people using these digital X-ray systems and for TB. And we have seen abnormal X-rays in 13% of people that we have screened, which is around 26,000 persons. So those we have tested sputum samples with an expert and other molecular diagnostics, 22%, 42,000 patients. And with those we have been able to confirm tuberculosis in 3,200 patients, which is 8%. And also been able to diagnose clinically 3,000 patients, bring a total of 6,150 in those years that we have been able to detect. So this is not meticulous because the coverage so far is quite low for the X-ray. So we think that if this is expanded the way we want, we can actually have very good detection going far beyond what we presented. The other thing to note here is that since these are community activities, these are people that probably would not have come early the facility that was routinely being done. So we had a chance to go to the communities and identify these people before trial instead of waiting them at the facility. Maybe we have missed this still, which is something substantial. The community, if you consider themselves, but also the ongoing infection, the first mission that they can cause the communities. Next. So these are some of the findings that computer-aided exosystems enable frontline workers to interpret X-rays in the community. So this technique is going to take us here quite far because we don't need really very expert radiologists to interpret these radio fillables, what they have been produced. So we are engaging the frontline health workers themselves, be the one to take the X-rays, and also the AI will get them to interpret. So the message here is, if you get an abnormal X, it is 10 times higher. We find tuberculosis in those patients compared to X. So this technique is really helping us get great results. So we have a scale-up plan. As I already mentioned, that we plan to have digital X-rays AI in the all set of force within the next strategic plan, 5 years. And we are focusing so much on the very high risk populations, but we are not limited on it, but we have been able to identify the very high risk populations that we know very well. We plan to conduct smart screening for with HIV, starting with very high volume facilities, and screening at urban and the urban hotspots. We have been able to map out the hotspots as we can here in the next subsequent presentation. And also the prisons, these are also very high concentrated areas with high TB transmission in the prisons. And also we have the refugee settlements and focusing on URI foods. So those are some of the four priorities that one focuses on, but that's the task ourselves on here. But we think that if we have the limited resources and we only focus here, then that will be an optimal utilization of the resources. Of course, the limit would be quite high. So, using the code that we are going to say through in the next presentation, I'm just showing you the spatial mapping using AI for predicting hotspot. So using the AI models that use the epidemiological and program data as well as social contextual data, map out the hotspots. So we've been able to map out these hotspots. And by concentrating resources on the top 20% communities that are most at risk, the AI spatial mapping increases the case detection by 75% compared to our conventional method. So we think this is another approach that the AI will help us to reach these patients. Here we have the digital RTIS technology. We have the smart field box, but also we have the phones. And what is going on to make sure that we embed the artificial intelligence in this, as already it has been mentioned, to have AI-driven reminders for patients. So we plan, work is going on to embed this AI to these existing technologies that we already have in the country, the field box, and also the video technologies, so that we are able to understand those patients who have missed their drug intake and for them uptake action immediately. Right now we are using them the way they are, but they are being updated to whatever. So next. So the opportunities we have, of course, one of the first one we really is to reach more remote communities. I think we need to have this expanded as we are talking, discussing, increase coverage in screening nationwide. So we need to have integrated screening as a respiratory condition as well. Whether we have, because now we are talking about integration, and we think that this is when they come, an X-ray, to be able to also talk about as existing illnesses in the lands. And we have an opportunity that QR AI has also come on board, which can detect the lung conditions other than tuberculosis. So those who want to see that expand this and integrate as a pulmonary condition within we. Also integration of the data from the X-rays with the lab experts that is capturing the laboratory information. So right now this data is not well linked. You do the X-ray, you get the X-ray data, also the lab data is somewhere else, the sputum examination and other evaluation. So we want to see that this data is all integrated and when not to assess patient information all group in one place and have that at once. It goes from the TB side, the lab, and eventually to the national system of the NHIS too. We are also in the system, also piloting other AI-based tools such as the Audible artificial intelligence for TB screening using the cough sound. So there is that AI where you just cough and it can tell you whether this cough is likely to be tuberculosis, asthma, or any other chronic respiratory infection. So we think that it has been worked on in other areas, but here in Uganda, in our own information. And if we think that it has good safety, that's the first, then we can always go back and modify our screening at the national level. The digital health enhancement, we have the artificial intelligence powered patient support systems. I think we have already talked about this, but we are trying to do the existing gadgets to upload them with AI, support the patient treatment. So thank you so much for listening. Sounds good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lucy, for sharing with us the wonderful technical presentation and demonstrating to us that AI is already here and it's being structured to strengthen TB diagnostics and also the opportunities that are there for us to be able to quickly look at how we can innovate. I particularly love the last innovation that you talked about the cough app that is able to detect which type of cough it is, whether it's TB or it's asthmatic cough. So indeed, AI is a tool that we can leverage on to improve TB response. But also you did mention the technologies that are currently there, the need to scale up these technologies, for example, the chest X-ray using the computer-aided diagnostics. And you also did mention the use of the geospatial hotspot mapping to be able to focus on those that the areas that are predicted to actually have TB burden. And then last but not least, the tools, the digital adherence technologies. I think this is quite good. We hope to see in the subsequent presentations in the later sessions when the teams now share with some of the examples of using these. Quite impactful to see it. So members, with that presentation, in case you have questions or comments, do post them in the chat or have them for the time when we have a discussion, because we will be having a discussion after the second presentation. I've already seen a number of questions coming in the chat. We'll be responding to those. So we will move on to the second technical presentation. That is on hotspot mapping using Epicon. And to take us through this presentation is Mr. Philip Tumwesige. Mr. Philip works as a senior M&E advisor with the Infectious Disease Institute under the Health System Strengthening Department. He has a wealth of experience combining work that he has done with numerous partners, the Department of State, CDC, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and also other global health partners. So he really has experience in utilizing monitoring and improvement and also the AI tool to improve diagnostics. So without further ado, I would like to invite, please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Philip Tumwesige to present on hotspot mapping using the people. He's going to make his presentation virtually. Yes, so Mr. Philip, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna. Please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. So just starting with a little visual so they know the face behind the voice, and I'll get that off. Good morning, everyone. As introduced, my name is Philip Tumwesige, working with the local partner health services TB activity. implemented by IDI, currently serving as the senior male advisor. And I'm very privileged to join this esteemed August House to share these advancements and the journey that we are trying to make in advancing AI and its relevance in the TB space. I want to start off with very critical acknowledgements. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'll be sharing EPCON AI-powered TB hotspot mapping, and before you are the key players who are making this particular intervention possible. The United States government, the funders. We have NTLP as the very, very important channel that is using, that we are deploying this intervention through. The Ministry of Health and all the structures therein, the facilities, districts, regions, all through subnational and national levels. We have a credible team of implementing partners that are working with us. We have EPCON itself, that's the name of the contractor who is in charge of the AI engine, but also it's also the name of the intervention. EPCON simply stands for Epidemiological Control Platform, and of course IDI, where I'm domiciled. So why AI? Why are we speaking about AI, and what is it around hotspot mapping that makes this relevant? So to the left of your screen is just a quick snapshot from the WHO Global TB Report of 2025 with data from 2024. And as Dr. Henry already indicated and Dr. Abel, the gap is still very clear. We are not reaching as many as we hope to reach. You can see real quick two things to just point out. For example, incidence is still estimated at 99,000, which is around 197 per 100,000 of the population. In 2024, we reported only 88,000 patients as opposed to estimated 99,000. Our population is growing. We have only seen a negative 2.3 decline in incidence since 2015, that is comparing between 2015 and 2014. So it is very clear that we still have a persistent gap in our finding or even ending this particular epidemic. So we are saying we need hotspot mapping, and it makes sense in this day and age where we know that we have to be more cost efficient as we do our deployments, for whether it is whether it is HR, whether it is the digital and the other technologies that are coming, most of which are also utilizing AI technologies. So we need that efficiency. We know that in the range of areas where we work, we follow traditional hotspot mapping interventions, which oftentimes miss some of the areas we think are cold spots, whether this is in rural or urban or peri-urban, different settings with different population dynamics. And we have now moved away from just waiting for patients to come to hospital to a lot of accelerated community work and lots of innovations happening in that space, but we still need more precision. We need more precision. We're experiencing a lot of variations in the funding space, and some of the yields are not consistent. You can't put a finger to it that what is causing the spike in this zone, what is not. So even using the different data sources, I'm very sure with the IPs on the call, before some of the harmonized approaches that NTLP is putting forward now, a number of people had different modalities on how they decide where to go, when to go to the field or to do outreaches and things like that. So there's quite a lot of effort that is really taking place in this space. But what we're saying is that we need to improve precision with hotspot mapping. And so this brings me to the next slide, where we'll discuss then what EPCON is. So EPCON, as I mentioned, is Epidemiological Control Platform. The contractor's name that we are working with as IDI, who is funded by the USG, is called EPCON, and the intervention is also called EPCON. Now, this intervention, we are just a vehicle through which this was delivered to the people of Uganda, and we are grateful to the American government for this. What we see for us on the screen is just a snapshot from the EPCON platform. And you'll observe that we have a coverage map of Uganda. We have different layers. On that image, you'll see some of the text on the left side of the screen. And you will see I just highlighted the top 20% hotspot locations. So EPCON is, in a nutshell, an AI-driven platform that is looking at predicting TB hotspots, and it is layering different information on the boundary data that we have. It integrates multi-source contextual and demographic and routine data. This is actually very important to take note of. So you have different shape files, you have different statistics from the social demographic arena, from UBOS published statistics. This information is available open source. We are looking about health status and coverage indicators, be it like things like immunization, nutrition, MCH, indicators that we thought relevant and are available open, from like the Uganda demographic health surveys. We're looking at the urbanization, how spread are we regarding urbanization, like lighting, for example, where do you see a lot of night lights, which sides are too dark, yet there's registered population in those locations. Economic status, education, and literacy, because these are drivers of health-seeking behaviors. And finally, the TB screening and case finding data, because without that, you don't get to link the characteristics of a population in a given location with what are we finding in terms of TB screening and case finding. So what EPCON does is now generates an actionable recommendation for different locations where it is predicting that from the characteristics of a given population in a given location, having seen this kind of TB yield, because we are saying that we know the drivers and what predisposes different people to TB. If we're seeing a certain yield in location X, which is characterized by A, B, C, D factors, then it is very likely that if you have a similarly attributed population in another part of the country, in a corner maybe which had not been reached out previously, that they are also likely to find TB. What this does is that it enables us to actually end the disease rather than chasing after where the disease is. So we stop being reactive and we add in an element of predictive TB programming with very precise information that continuously learns because the model changes. So how EPCON then works? So we already talked about what it is that we input. Just visually, if you need to map this out in your head, you have geospatial layers, which are shapefiles for those familiar with GIS, very, very critical. You are layering on some discrete data and values, demographic data, indicators, and context, which we already talked about. And you have the screening data for community. All this data is aggregate. None of this information is actually personal information. It is just aggregate. You're saying I screened 20 people, I found 10 presumed, and I found 2 with TB. So it's just aggregate data. And this information has to be tagged to a location so that it is clear which location, so that you then map that onto the characteristics of a population living in that area. The processing bit is one of the really highly technical bit, because we have AI models that are running to get a sense of what then can be, how can we analyze this forest of information to make sense out of it. So it will be comparing the outputs and identifying the most accurate predictions, ensuring that hotspot targeting is based on the strongest possible evidence from the data that we have put in. So a number of models were applied to try and look at individual risk factors and estimating TB risk ratios and seeing how you can interpret data. So it's a really it's an engine that sorts through all these pieces of information by modeling the risks and the behaviors based on the characteristics of the population, identifies these partners, and then generates a vulnerability index, which is then used to rate and rank and get a sense of where then are you likely to find more TB patients. So the output that then comes out is really mainly 2 things. You have a list of ranked hotspots, which is also visually represented. If you look at the image of the map, for example, that is where all the hotspots are indicated by a heat map. And then you have an interactive map. So this list is available in an Excel format, but also you have a highly interactive map where you can filter, go through different layers and things like that. So how do we then get this very nice idea and relate it into programming? On the next slide, you will appreciate that, and I know a number of us have already been a part of this program, and I want to appreciate every single player here in the fight against ending TB. We have several iterations of recommendations that have come through. When I say recommendations, I mean the list of hotspots. And right now, the latest, which was shared in February, which most of us are using in the current cast activity, is the model was able to learn more, given that we had data coming in from where digital X-ray was being deployed and where people were using only symptoms screening and sputum collection. So before we had one list, but now we have two operational hotspot types. We have a list that tells us that if you don't have digital chest X-ray, based on what the model is learning, if you go to these locations, you're likely to find TB patients, but also it tells you how many people you need to screen and a few other things that we'll see later on. The other model is very clear on where we have deployed, having learned from where we deployed digital chest X-ray and then seen the yield and then attach that to population characteristics. And so programming integration has already happened. We are looking at prioritizing high-risk communities right from the national level, and we have NTLP people in the room, and they've been the driving force behind ensuring that it is very clear whenever an activity is happening, a campaign, even routine programming, that we emphasize, please prioritize where you're going. Partner coordination and the recent drive of being cost efficient is also one of the things that this tool comes in handy to help with. And you have a track of evidence about how you're approaching this. So it's very clear. It's not just lip service to the issue. We're looking at the micro planning meetings. A lot more people are getting engaged in understanding how then we can use this, the EPCON recommended lists from the micro planning level. And we are saying this should be routine, not just in those more points in time where people pause and say, let's go for this. But even routine planning, as we know, integration is now here, and there's a lot of planning. In this case, EPCON is only looking for TB, but there's scalability available, and those are discussions that can be had later on. So we are guiding CAST. We are working on the deployment of machines. I've had the Assistant Commissioner mention there are even more machines that are coming. So for us to get the best of this, we really have already started using these lists, and a call is going out to ensure that we keep this up. But also, on the next slide, when we look at the other facet of integration to programming, is just an example of what the recommendations list look like, just to get people appreciate how low this goes and how much it can factor into on the ground, practical, and even stakeholder engagement kind of interactions. So the list that is generated, we usually go with the top 20% of the locations in a given district to ensure that there's some kind of equitable representation. Because if we do just for the country, you may find some districts may not even have a single hotspot based on that criteria. So you'll see as an example, it is very clear the administrative boundary flow from region all the way to parish. But because some parishes have a higher population and the model could not be very, very precise, given that we couldn't get shapefiles for villages, it would have been nice if we could get that, but that information is still has a lot more copyrights. Shapefiles are not available. So we split the parishes into thysens, just a GIS terminology, meaning you use GIS techniques to splice an existing shape so that you can get smaller shapes within in the absence of an actual shapefile. So when you see the word sub-parish, that is what it refers to. For example, the first entry in Muto Parish in Acholi, Agago, North, just means that it was spliced, and the section that fell into the sub-parish _89 is where we're saying, if you go and screen, and there's a link that even gives you better precision. So if you click on that link in the Google Maps link, you can open up a Google Map, and then you're even able to see, like they will use our Google Maps. Most of us have done that. You can see, are these the houses? Is it located here? So that is like to do fine tuning for where it is suggesting that you go. It's just the area around, not that you go to that precise point, but the area surrounding that location. We are cognizant of the population dynamics in that area. Like I mentioned, this is part of the data that we actually input into this particular model. So we know, like, for example, there's 4,224, total population in that area. We have a predicted rate of 0.02, but that is just applied to the population to tell you if you screen all these, you are likely to find 118 bacteriologically confirmed TB cases. The vulnerability index I mentioned about is there, part of this Excel for those who scientifically aligned to the mathematics and all. But basically we're saying you can go to this location, but before you go, try to mobilize and set the stage for your activity. And I think that's where we probably need to improve, because if you go and you screen 200 people and you have one, it's not enough to dismiss it, for the proof of concept. And this is what we're trying to learn so that the model keeps doing different iterations, is how much coverage are you having in that location that is being recommended. So what then do early results look like on the next stage? Just to give a sense of what we've experienced in Kampala, Mkono, Wakiso, part of the regions where the local partner health services TB activity is working. We have a snapshot. Yes, please, the slide with the graph. So we are looking at some early results and how we have the data to action feedback loop. How do the different people interact and collaborate to get this to happen? So the graph before is just for 2025. This is information we submitted from our hotspot screening modalities and what we did, and we just submit this through TB Info. I will not share the details because it's not a training or mentorship, but suffice to say that at the end of 2025, we analyzed the information that we had been submitting, the aggregate data that we had been submitting, and the graph is divided into three distinct clusters. So the first cluster is where we only used symptom screening. So we just tracked presumed and the PBC yield. So you'll notice that the red bar, which indicates all hotspots combined, whether they were part of the recommendation list, that is the hotspot list generated by EPCON, or part of our traditional hotspotting activities. And we see 4.5% coming from the non-recommended locations and 3.6% coming from the recommended locations. In general, the yield was at 4.3%. And this is from only outreaches that were reported in that period for the whole year in this platform. It's not the entire coverage of all community activities, but we're only using symptom screen. And when we go to look at the next cluster of graphs, where digital chicks, still on the same graph, sorry. On the same graph where we're still using, where we combined digital chest X-ray deployment with the recommended locations, you will note that the yield really sharply rose up. And earlier on, Dr. Henry had indicated around almost 75% rise. So this is not just an observation that we made from this side, but different people are doing this even at national level. They are also experiencing some of these improvements. So you'll notice as high as 7.5. And if we look at the PCD added onto PBC, because whenever I use digital chest X-ray, there are always options of making sure people go ahead for further examination in order to be sure. So we even see a higher yield. And the last class is just the total. So the trainings were done, and just to talk about the different engagements where we had information and we're saying this is what you need to do. We have community screenings that have already been conducted across the country. We encourage everyone to be a part of this. We report this through an ad hoc platform for NTLP, which is called tbinfo.net, primarily because this is not HMIS data, but we need to be able to track such interventions. So routinely, every time information is entered in TB Info, we share this with the modeling team. They update this, refine the predictions, and every 2 months or so, we get a new list. So it is a continuous learning system, and the idea is to improve over time so that finally we get a model that we can be comfortable saying, for Uganda, I think we need to sustain this model and go to these locations, comb them out, and see how far we dent this epidemic. So one last slide, the next one on how we are doing results and the feedback loops is just a snapshot of one of the dashboards. This is now directly connected to the GIS portal for the maps that I showed earlier on. You will notice that we have different filters. So if you're not very comfortable with a map, there's also a dashboard available where you can look at statistics, data, download this. It is, there are temporal filters, we have geographical filters, we have even the modalities we've done. You can look at only where active case finding was done with symptom screening only, or where X-ray was integrated, or you can look at the combined picture. Next slide. So what have we learned? What are some of the lessons? What are some of the challenges? And where are we heading? How do we move forward? Just top 3 in each. There's a lot of incomplete reporting. I'm sure some of us in the room know what I'm talking about here. It's this intervention came at a very tricky time when we're also having so many other transitions. So the rate at which it was picked up varied from partner to partner. And we appreciate that process last year. And now we are saying, let's try to make sure that we improve on this. Data quality and consistency gaps. Some people get coordinates and you find they're throwing it out of, they're taking like in the Indian Ocean or, you know, in Iran, you know, so let's not risk with these kinds of coordinates. Variable adoption across implementing partners, that obviously is one of the things. It's not just partners that we're talking about, but even the national, subnational structures too. It's been a bit of a challenge. But what we have learned is that when you have better complete data, because AI is computer-based. Most of us know the phrase garbage in, garbage out. It's definitely very erroneous. Actually, you'd rather not send a report if you're not sure of the location or the outputs than sending for the sake of looking like you're reporting, because then you're misguiding the model. AI learns based on what it has been instructed and the modeling and the things that are human-based. But we trust it because the capacity, the speed, the rates of permutations can run a lot more than our brains could probably do in one go. So if we give it wrong signals and indicators, then it will lead us astray. So the other bit is that we don't need a specific data call, specific standalone intervention to get data that can have this model learn and guide better. Most of us, every time we go to the field and do outreaches, we already track the outputs for that because we are spending money, people are spending their level of effort and time. So you already have mechanisms where you track that. So continuous feedback also strengthens the model. So the way forward, we are saying, let's strengthen data quality. Let us scale the use of EPCON horizontally, vertically in all planning and outreach setting. And we keep collaborating in these different forums that are coming up to make this. In conclusion, finally, on the last slide, next slide, we appreciate that right now we are looking into precision public health approaches, and it's not just a fantasy. The executive director mentioned this very clearly that it's already here. AI is here. These things are not just in the future. They are here, so we'll be part of this drive. AI is transforming case finding activities by mapping out the high-risk populations beyond the traditional non-high risk, as we used to term it. We're looking at target interventions where they are most needed. We look at using data proactively, not just retrospectively or in a reactionary mode where we follow someone has been notified and then you follow that. So EPCON allows us to find TB where it is most likely to be missed and find this TB faster, smarter, and more efficiently. I think that's the end of the presentation. The next slide is an appreciation and a recognition of the key players. Thank you very much, and back to you, Dr. Ann.
Thank you very much, Philip, for that fantastic presentation on the use of EPCON. I would request the members in the room lower the volume. Is that echo? Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. I can see that teams online are giving virtual claps. I think in the room as well we can give claps. We can clap. Thank you, Philip. I think your presentation just ties up with the presentation for Dr. Luze, where we did see the diagnostic perspective using AI, and yours now brings on the point of using data as well to be able to guide us on where to look using this EPCON. From what you have presented, what I pick from your presentation is that this EPCON generates uses data from multiple sources, and using the AI learning machine tells us where we can be able to look, which populations or which areas have a higher risk of TB that we need to be able to look there and screen or prioritize as we implement. So it's a very powerful tool that helps us to efficiently look and be able to reach out to those people that need to be reached and to screen them and diagnose them with TB. So there are a number of questions that this presentation has generated in the chat. in addition to the earlier presentation as well. So if there are any other questions, please do post them in the chat. We will be going through the questions, but also you're free to raise your hands. We have a bit of time that has been saved within the session. So I see a hand from Rachel. I will allow Rachel to speak, and then we can be able to go through the questions that have been posted in the chat. Rachel, you can unmute. Rachel, are you on?
Hello, please confirm you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear.
Thank you so much. Philip, this is a great presentation. It is so exciting to see this happening. And I agree. I think in the future, we may want to scale up even, to beyond TB. My question is around like the architecture of how this is set up. Like, how is it set up in terms of not for the AI to be able to analyze these huge pieces of data without, because Uganda doesn't allow cloud capabilities. So I'm wondering how are you able to set up the infrastructure? Is it on a phone? How often does it analyze the hotspots? Is it something done at national level and transferred to the facility? Just really understanding the infrastructure for the system would be great for me to know. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Rachel. So I will go through all the questions so that we can then have the responses at once to the questions, the first set of questions. So the first one from Rachel is to Philip. I hope you've taken note of that, how the AI is the architecture of the AI. So just going through the other set of questions, the first question is from Dr. Francis Sally. What advice, it came after the first presentation, what do you advise workers when they find an abnormal chest X-ray with a negative gene expert in individuals that were previously treated for TB? Does their logarithm accommodate the distinction between past keyword versus active disease? That's the first. The second question. The other question is, what is the guidance in clients with abnormal chest X-ray but with negative gene expert or unable to produce beta? And then the other question is that to Philip, is the Epicon AI analytics able to show progress on the eradication of TB from the hotspots over time when comparing the treatment success rates and secure rates? And then last but not least, the model predictions are heavily influenced by what I think this person is trying to ask Philip, what influences the predictions? And then how do you deal with data drifts and model drifts? So we can have responses to this. We can start off with Philip, since you have more of the questions, and then we come back. Philip?
Thank you very much. Colleagues. So I'll start with the question from Rachel. The architectural setup. So in the nature of the engagement of the contractor whom we work with, who is the, with the data scientists and AI engineers and whatnot, we are not hosting this currently in country. It is part of a long-term plan that is to be discussed. So the initial thing was to have this particular contractor. He has a solution which has worked in a number of countries. Nigeria, they've used it across a number of countries. Some of us might have been from where this has been shared. So it's not set up. The actual AI engine and the servers that run this and the detailed analytics in the back end are not run in any infrastructure setup here. It is still run by the contractor on that side, and they have those capabilities. But part of the the long-term transition plan, which has been also done in a few other countries, is that you go through a process of migrating this information as long as the host country is able to have the required or the prerequisite infrastructure set up, so the team is able to do the trainings needed for the maintenance, the shift and migration of the databases, and the model that is generated, of course, that the actual engine or that runs this is intellectual property of a contractor. But if we are to change, to have this handed over to the Ugandan Ministry of Health, for example, then the iteration of the model that is run, assuming it was at a final stage where we are comfortable, it would be given as is. And I think there are more detailed discussions that are a little bit more technical, but suffice to say the current structure is not set up here for this. And I think it's also a point of interest for even the program as they are aware. So we probably need to have these discussions more routine and strategic discussions regarding this. Now, Dale asks, I think that's the first question that is directed to me, is Epcon AI Analytics able to show progress on eradication of TB from hotspots? So not in the traditional sense. However, because I told you, we routinely share this information back with, it's iterative in nature. So say, for example, if in last year, June, there were indications of certain populations predicted to yield so much, and now there's evidence from our routine data that we went to those locations, screened a significant proportion of the population, and we actually found the yield to be different, either less or higher. What this means is that the next iteration, the next recommendations list will reflect, because it is a learning model, it will take into account the fact that, so this population characterized by these different attributes from the contextual and demographic indicators, having done coverage for screening to this extent, we are seeing the yield dynamics shift to this. It accounts for that and then generates new predictions. So if you're keen and curious and you're tracking different locations and you realize that across the different recommendation lists that come at a bi-monthly basis, I am recognizing a shifting pattern. The predictions are reducing, then that means something is happening. This is more of what an educated review of how the information comes. It's not something we've done intentionally, but there I think that is a very interesting angle to look at. The model currently is not built to start talking at TSR and QR rates. However, we know if you're looking at all routine program data and you're obviously seeing a trend the other side, maybe you can try to make some other correlations and connections if possible. But that is how I can best answer this. Then we have from Kaliesubula, I think, I don't know, I know a doctor from Lago, Dr. Kaliesubula, I think. The model predictions are heavily influenced by what? How do you deal with data drifts and model drifts? So initially I had mentioned the inputs. What do we feed the model with? The statistics, the accuracy of the statistical data and the health indicator data, and how precise, how representative of the true picture in the population the statistics are, will definitely influence the accuracy. So if we have a shady or shoddy survey that tells us literacy levels at this rate, it might have a negative influence. So because we are relying on open source available statistics that are published by WHO, World Bank, UBOS, and the like, we have that as the fallback. We know this is verifiable data that was published by these entities. We look at different models for predicting, like, I'm not very technical in those details, but what I know, like random forest, a number of us have heard about that. How do you use the multiple decision trees to generate stable and reliable results, even with incomplete data and things like that? There's full Bayes, there's naive Bayes. So those are now the details of the AI engine and what it uses, but everything is based on this data. So if there's a new, more updated survey, for example, we updated this with the 2024 census, but when we were starting in 2024, the results were not ready. We actually used the previous census, which was it 10 years ago? So probably the accuracy was being affected. So with every new publishing of better indicators, then we're able to have more accurate results. So the nature of the AI learning accounts for all these based on what you feed it with. So the data drifts, if, like I mentioned, we constantly update it with aggregate data from routine activities, which is another very key factor, because then you're able to understand that maybe now we have an upsurge of people are reporting from a more representative population. The model can do with just a small sample, but it's better if as many as possible from all corners of the country are submitting data. Then you're able to have a more comprehensive picture and better predictions. And I hope I've answered that. Then we have NASA asking if it is in pilot phase. I don't think it, no, it is not in pilot phase because we are using it as the program team and program manager will tell you this is now spearheading a lot of the work that is happening at national level. So if you've not heard about this, then you have missed quite a number of interactions, but we have had some regional focus trainings for those who have had need, but it's been rolled out even in the CAST meetings, it's been discussed. So it's not just, it's national coverage right now, integral to what we are doing. So there's some literature around qualitative validation, quantitative validation, and trying to do these tests and things like that. And one of the things we'd like to do is also have our own learning here in country. So there's published literature that the EPCON team and those references are available that they've showcased. And this is actually what convinced us to take this up as a country, because we're not the first users of this, that when we did this and this in this part of Nigeria, in this part of Pakistan, we saw this and this. And that's what we want to also be able to publish and write about, to verify and try to make those connections. So what is difficult is to say we have the means to screen as many people as we should. But then we also understand the enormous task of saying we're ending TB. So we cannot afford to go small, but we want to go big, but we need more precise methods such as what we're having, what we're trying to do. I think those were the questions I had. Dr. Anna, back to you for the other ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip, for adequately responding to the questions that were raised regarding the use of EPICON for supporting hotspot mapping. So we will now move to the question about the diagnosis. Dr. Lise.
Thank you very much for the question. Someone, Dr. Sale, I think is the one, about the abdominal chest X-ray and a negative gene expert test. It's someone who has been previously treated. So he asked whether the AI that we have can distinguish between previously treated and not. And the answer here is that it doesn't distinguish between previously treated or not. We have two AIs that we are using right now. We have the one called CAD for TB, and that is the majority of the system that we have sent out. This one is designed only for tuberculosis. As we tell you, this is the likelihood of having tuberculosis. Then you go ahead and do the other confirmatory tests. But even if it tells you it is 80%, because the range is from 0 to 100, tells you 80%, it still doesn't guarantee that it is tuberculosis. For it just gives you an abnormality, and then you go ahead and evaluate the patient. I have seen somewhere where it was full volume of the lung and it was all red in the heat map on the AI. And it gave 70%, but actually this was a massive figure for cancer, that patient. So we need to do all the other necessary tests as initially, and if you don't perform tuberculosis, you can do something else. And then there's the pure AI as another AI that is available with the few of the machines that we have. Right now we have 14 in the country, but the other 42 are coming. So this pure AI can now give you more than tuberculosis. Apart from TB, it can tell you about 25 other conditions within the lung and the heart. So it can be able to tell you that from these findings, BCD, this is likely to be this, other than tuberculosis. So, but as a clinician, is again, we need to apply our other support to this program. It's not 100% for the type. Yeah, then there's another one of abdominal X-ray negative sputum test and unable to produce sputum. It again goes back to what we are talking about, because we know there are patients with tuberculosis who will say this is preliminary clinical diagnosis. So you have to bring your clinical
ultimate in here and make a decision whether this is purpose or not purpose. Unable to produce sputum is another interesting concept which is coming up, and I want to let people know that now we are introducing the Plus Life, the near point of care diagnostic equipment, which does not rely on the sputum. If you cannot produce the sputum, then there will be an option for the tongue swab that you can use to collect a sample to look for tuberculosis in a molecular way. So this is being introduced very soon with support from the Global Fund.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lise. Yes, Dr. Sisi, you can go ahead.
I haven't posted my questions online because I'm right here. And I have questions to the first presenter and also to the Philip. So for Dr. Lise, thanks, both presentations, very exciting. You did talk about the digital x-rays with CAD and the limited numbers we have to roll out. For me, this creates a gap again as researchers we should be looking at. We have a biomedical engineering department in Makerere. We have frugal biomedical engineering innovations. I think we should be looking at innovating to have even maybe handheld digital x-rays, cheaper, that we can roll out. I'm sure we are not rolling out everywhere that we want to because of expenses. But when you look at the numbers, the digital x-rays that are available and what we have to cover, we need to move faster. How do we move faster? One of them, for me as a researcher, I see innovating, but that takes time. So what are we going to do to make sure that we cover more areas and communities? You talked about the focus areas where you're going to place this because they are high burden. We look at high volume ART clinics, and the JCRC is a very high volume clinic. I don't know if we are on your list of 49 that are coming. Because I have to advocate for us. You've talked about very exciting innovations like the QR AI software, like the tongue. What prevents us from rolling these ones quickly? Because you said we only have 14 areas. Do we have to pay? Do we have to get this software? And I think after this, maybe we need a bigger meeting for more stakeholders to disseminate what is available. So some of the things I am privileged to be here, so I hear about them. And I don't know if my colleagues in the program know about this, because it is us to advocate for the things that we need the ministry, the national team program to bring for us and to roll out. And I did mention we need to take these things to scale, but we have to know about them, take them to scale. The other very exciting thing you talked about was the audible AI for TB screening. You said you're still doing, I don't know, studies or pilots. You could have brought this here and we test everybody here. So that you show exactly what you are doing. You know, we don't do these things in our rooms or in our offices. These are exciting things that people need to know, and we need to roll out. Now imagine, maybe you don't need this digital x-rays everywhere. If you have audible AI for TB screening, for me, that is very exciting. Something that we should not just be talking about, but we should be rolling out. And I think that is the call we had for this meeting. We talked about, and I think that is now the hot mapping. I will ask Philip that question. We talked about digital adherence technologies for TB adherence. Again, I don't know how widely we are applying this in the country. This is scale, and we should be measuring ourselves against the tools that we have. Some of them very effective. How widely are we using them in the country? Now to Philip, he talked about F1, very exciting again. This is, and it is good. Paul has come here, he will tell us what the ministry is doing. This is external. Everything is managed externally. And we are adopting, which is okay. Maybe we don't have the capabilities yet to put in country, but for how long is this going to be managed from outside? And for Philip, when we have these hot maps, how, as a program, are we communicating to the implementers? Because you said it guides where we go from Victoria, it trains where we go to us. How is this being utilized by the implementers from the ground? After we have EPCON from, I don't know where they are based, maybe US, Make America Great. But how are we disseminating on a very regular basis this information to the implementers so that they can utilize it? That is the whole purpose. And again, because I'm also very embedded, and all the people who are dealing in TB are also embedded in HIV. You say this integrates several data sources. We do a lot of HIV testing. How does this incorporate hot mapping for HIV testing? Because you also have to find, I think Dr. Luce mentioned, most of the TB is in HIV. Most of the mortalities from TB are in HIV. But there are also many people who are not diagnosed and they are getting TB and then, So how are we integrating this EPCON AI engine to look at hot mapping for HIV and guiding again the local, the people, the district level, the frontline workers, the implementers on where to quickly go and get the numbers that we want. So with those few questions, I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Titia. We will now have Philip and Dr. Luce. I think most of them were comments, however, there were probably one or two that made you to respond. So Philip, if you can start off with
But Paul is also here.
Yes.
And the EPCON, we will go outside for how long?
Yes, so Paul, it's my pleasure to actually welcome Mr. Paul Baker from the Ministry of Health. He's Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Information. You must welcome. Yes, so we will have the response after the two. In regards to the concern about the EPCON AI tool that is being used to support hotspot, we had a presenter share that this tool is being hosted outside country. However, we use it in country to guide the teams in terms of where to go for what sports activities. The tool utilizes AI machine to sort of harness the different data from the different data sources, talk about census data, talk about data from the facilities out of TB diagnostics to be able to then inform where to go, how to hotspot activities. So we can start with you.
Thank you very much, Edie, for those actual comments, and they are very passionate, as I mentioned in the beginning. We think like this, the way you think. But I think the only challenge we are having, we all know, and we talk about, is the basket, the resources to get it. We get right now from support under Global Fund, most of the equipment that we are getting, and we are limited that way. But we need the advocacy to go on from here and reach those people that actually say this should be like that. And I like that kind of approach. And go that all these things we talked about actually are possible. The hard air dictates will exist. Just like that camera the gentleman is having there. They are in there, they are there. And we want to have these things to do. But our limit. The tour system exists, they are there. The 43 I've talked about, that on the way now they are being loaded with the tour software. And look how do you have the allocation list? I don't know whether this is part, but you will check on the list and let us know. Even the same goes to the big to artificial technology, field boxes. We only have a few, which we got again by Global Fund, only 3,000 units. And those can look after 6,000 patients a year, because you use it for 6 months, you return, and then another person can use it. So, but we are in this new program, we are going to make the strategic plan. We already have this to scale them up, and even the Global Fund cycle 8, which unfortunately again is not that much money for TB as you have seen the allocation later. You don't have a lot of room, and we want to do the things, but those are the challenges that we are facing. So, look out of one, please have some comment.
Thank you. I'm looking at the list. It's not, this is not on the list. But what I wanted to say is that this equipment, most of them are targeting the health center course, because we assume that the hospitals are in
It's okay.
Yes.
We have an explainer. It
Yes.
may not be mobile going to the clinic, but it's really. So that.
Yes. But there's room for, because they are supposed to, they are mobile, so they are supposed to serve the community around, and they move from one facility to another if connected well. For example, now we have in Wapiso a number of facilities that have this equipment. So, and we are prioritizing the HIV population. So we advise that they should be able to identify the clinical days for the facilities in the catchment area, so that they're able to serve the populations in need of the services. So that's another avenue to access the systems as we lobby for more.
Are you going to spoil us with the cough today?
Yeah, it's still under the protocol.
Oh.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
So for the extra that exists here, there's also an option of loading on the AI system on it. Yeah, so maybe that is something.
So we can explore that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. So we can listen into Philip from IDI. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Session Chair, and thank you for those questions, Doctor. I'll start with the one which was not directly addressed at me, but I recognize the presence of our oversight in strategic information things for ministry. Mr. Paul Mbaka, you're most welcome. The politically charged yet sustainability aligned issue of hosting of some of these interventions they come. So one of the things I'll point to, and I know, Paul, you've had discussions with Jeff at the program, and our discussion with the SMEA team, Jeff is the data manager, is to see the potential of having the discussion to include in this coming government of Uganda, USG kind of, I think, March, April transition, if we can plan for that cost of hosting, maintenance, and the training that, and the period, because it is a long-term process to make sure that there's full equipment to be hosted here in country. But the nature of the way the intervention came as a teaser did not allow for these very expanded course to see if it was going to work. And as well as we're aware of most of the interventions that of this nature, they come in a phased manner. So right now, the program is very interested in exploring the option of having this hosted in country. The contractor on the AI model is very willing to have those discussions, and they've visited this country and had meetings even with the SC about some of these things. So I think we are waiting to see what pans out in the coming month. But none of these things are impossible. It's very possible because sustainability for some of these interventions is key. And I think Mr. Mbaka will add on later on. So the two questions that were addressed to me around how do we communicate? If you remember in my slides, we had a little bit of a discussion of data to action and the feedback loops. So in a nutshell, what happens is, first of all, some of the users, even in the room, I see Dixon right there, have access to the portal. They can log in and review the map and filter out and see areas of interest. But what we make sure to share so that everyone is, like, it's easy to access, the recommendations list every 1 or 2 months when we get a new iteration. The data manager at NTLP shares this widely with all stakeholders, and that includes district TB and leprosy supervisors, the regional supervisors, the implementing partners, the regional focal persons at the NTLP. They're also able to have this, and then it becomes part of what they need to reference. It's just a simple Excel, and I think there was a slide that was demonstrating. So you filter out the regions and you say region in Acholi for this district. These are the things that have come from the EPCON model. Please see how you can plan and prioritize them. And these lists have also the ranks. So you get to see where you're likely to find more TB patients if you do that particular investment. So this is already a part and parcel of the discussions, the programming, the technical group meetings, the stakeholder engagements. There's been a number of trainings, nationwide trainings, virtual, of course, even targeted trainings. And I know early January, the first activity, Dr. Ebo called in December, and we met with the entire JCRC intervention team, as they can confirm, to ensure that, you know, these things are happening. So we've gone down to now even dealing with different groups that are interested, but nationally it has already been rolled out and is available. Even access to the dashboard, number of people I think have access even in this room. Then what else can be integrated? Hotspot mapping, particularly for HIV. So the potential for this intervention to go beyond TB is very clear. It came in through the TB angle, and I think Dr. Henry, a few weeks back, Caroline was in the country to again discuss some of these things under, is it some terminology, is it a global fund, something? But these are discussions that are happening, Doctor. And whereas right now the model is limited to contextualizing TB predictions, there is room to add other issues. One of the indicators we use to add on our model to learn is actually the prevalence, HIV prevalence, and then the numbers living with HIV. We're looking at distributions and child age disaggregations and things like that. So there's potential, but unless it is specifically asked for, because that would have to be a different model. So the nature of the platform is that you can't have one model predicting everything. You need a model for a specific disease area. Some of the indicators that help it learn might be the same, but it's different context entirely. Yes, when you're profiling for HIV predictions, you need some TB indicators, you need a whole host of indicators, but you don't want to make the models crisscross. So that would be a different model. The team is willing to do that. I think the minds are sharp and ready. It's just discussing terms and conditions for the rest of that. I hope that has been sufficiently responded to. Thank you. Back to you, Anna.
Thank you very much, Philip. I think you have responded well to the questions. We can now hear from Mr. Paul. Compliments.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's always a bad thing to be the one talking about governance, because by definition, governance is a bad word. It basically means enforcing authority. That is not a good thing. But of course, AI is no exception to the fact that Ugandans write better than they enforce. So there are rules that must govern implementation of AI in this country in the absence of AI-specific framework. So a broader government AI-specific framework is in development. Ministry of Health is also working on an AI implementation framework. But in the absence of those two frameworks, the data privacy and protection and all the regulations under it that define data residence must apply. And even if we come up with AI-specific frameworks, they must still abide by those foundational laws that we have as a country. They must be consistent with those laws. So we have laws on data privacy and protection, and among its regulations is something on data residence. And what the Data Protection Office recommends is that all data generated from Uganda that should be classified as either personally identifiable or classified as sensitive must be hosted in countries with similar laws as Uganda. So there are countries which I don't know. The EU is largely okay. They have similar laws to ours, maybe Kenya, South Africa. The US is a no-no, Middle East is a no-no, China is a no-no, Russia is a no-no, because their laws are very deep. Because in the US, the server hosting your data can be subpoenaed and it has to be delivered. Uganda does not expect, I mean, the data can be stolen, that's breaking the law, but it can't be subpoenaed casually by a court of law. So it must be hosted in countries that abide by those laws. But even in those situations, the Data Protection Office requires that you get a waiver. You must justify to them that you cannot host that data locally. So if you have to host outside Uganda, you must get a waiver. But now, in reality, we must balance service provision, proactiveness with how we apply the law. But the truth of the matter is that we should seek to comply, because I think the Data Protection Office can be quite okay if you are telling them that, well, these laws and regulations are new. This is my path to compliance. But right now, for most of the things that are in breach of those laws and regulations, we are not even working towards any path to compliance. And I think that's where the problem is. Because some of these things predate the laws and regulations. But once the laws and regulations come up, we are supposed to be working towards compliance. It shouldn't be an event, but there should be clear steps that show that you are moving in line with what the laws prescribe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maka, for the response, but also for giving us guidance in regards to the governance structure that has to be in place for us to appropriately use artificial intelligence. So members, I take this opportunity to thank the teams that have been able to present, that is from NTOP, Taluze. Thank you very much. And Mr. Philip Tumwesije from IDI, thank you very much for those technical presentations. So as we conclude session 1, I want to be able to just highlight that we have seen the importance of using AI in improving diagnostics, in improving targeting, precision targeting for us to reach the underserved populations, the populations that have TB, such that we are able to efficiently use the resources that we can. We have also seen how leadership, partnership, and innovation are very key in converging to enable us to strengthen the TB response in Uganda. So with that, we are going to have working team as we move to session 2 that will be led by Mr. Herbert. We will allow for the teams that presented to make their way out and sell tea, but have working tea as we proceed. So I will hand over to Dr. Herbert, and thank you very much for this. Dr. Herbert.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Anna and the colleagues. Good morning. All protocol observed. I request to really write on the protocol that is already here and already mentioned. We are going to have a health break, and we shall exercise a bit, move around, as we also pick a cup of tea for the members that are in the room as we prepare for the next session. I think we have a few minutes to get to that. So we've been seated and probably listening in for quite long, and maybe health break and sport. Yeah, so we have about 10 minutes to do that. Kindly find a glass of water for those that are probably not in the room and something in the back. Thank you. The ones in the room, we have something at the back of the room. We can use those 10, 15 minutes to handle that. Thank you. Yes, there are a few colleagues that entered in the room after when the session was going on. I think as we start, shall make a brief mention of their introduction before we proceed with the second session. Thank you. Yeah, I think IT is giving us some messages as we take on the screen just to keep us engaged as we have this break. Thank you. Okay, break. As the earlier introduced by Dr. Anna, Dr. Herbert Summer is my name. I currently work as the project director for the local partner health services, North and Southwest, based in Langa. So I once again welcome you to this symposium and congratulate all of us that have been able to make it this far. I notice a number of people have been with us from as early as 8:30 and are still on the call. So we greatly appreciate you for this. We are getting into the second session for this symposium. And I want to appreciate the presenters that passed through the first session, as well as the chair for that session, Dr. Anna. Thank you for the job well done. I think I will put into the break, and I have mentioned that we shall be welcoming in a special way the team that entered the little late into this room, and that is the team from Simplify Networks. And this is where our keynote speaker, Ken Stober, comes from. Looking at the program, he'll be giving us a keynote speech at this afternoon. So we are grateful to have you, Ken. I know a lot of his bio will be taken and provided to us during that session. However, for this session, we are going to be hearing from experts. And these experts are going to be speaking to us about the National Digital X-ray updates. And also we shall hear about governance standards and data stewardship for AI in Uganda's health sector. So
this session, those are the two speakers. We are going to be listening to those two speakers about those two subjects. Yeah, to begin with, we are going to have Dr. Aldo speak to us about the national update on the X-ray. Before I hand it over to him, I want to take this opportunity to introduce you Dr. Alfred Brewer, who is a medical doctor and a public health practitioner for over 15 years with experience in TB and HIV programs management, system strengthening, care, and support. And over the last 12 years, he has worked with the Ministry of Health National TB Resource Program through various US government-funded programs about site support mechanisms, where he supported the design and implementation of the active case finding toolkits to improve quality of TB case detection at health facilities, and supported the revision and dissemination of the various national guidelines for TB and leprosy management, as well as capacity building of health workers in TB and leprosy management. Aldo has been pivotal in rolling out the implementation of AI-powered digital X-ray with CAD by the Ministry of Health National TB Leprosy Program to the districts and health facilities by supporting the deployment, capacity building of users, and improving utilization of the digital X-ray services for integrated screening of TB and other diseases. So he's really a person with expertise in that area, and as the organizers of this symposium, I think couldn't find anyone in a better position to speak to us about the updates with the National Digital X-ray rollout in Uganda. So I want you to join me in welcoming Dr. Aldo Brewer to speak to us. You're welcome, Dr. And I want to hand over this to you to take us through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Herbert. Good morning to you all, those physically in here and also those joining us virtually. I have the pleasure to share status of Uganda's National Digital X-ray implementation on behalf of the National TB and Leprosy Program. I also want to recognize my current commissioner, Dr. Luze, who should ideally be presenting this on behalf of the program. So already in this presentation, we talked about the background about the TB situation. So I'll not do on that slide, but just want to emphasize that we still have missed TB patients each year. We miss about 10,000 to 20,000 TB patients. So it's through these different initiatives for TB case finding that we try to close the gap, TB case detection, in order to achieve our national targets, but also attain the goal towards ending TB by 2030. So digital X-ray is one of the innovations that rolled out. And just to give a brief background how the digital X-ray systems, we know chest X-ray has been used in medical practice for several decades now, but there has been an increasing utility of chest X-ray, particularly for screening tuberculosis in the last 5 years. This followed evidence from research globally that showed that with the current tools that we're using for tuberculosis screening, mainly symptoms-based, there have been shortfalls in terms of the sensitivity of symptom-based screening, and hence the need to adopt better tools that can enhance the sensitivity and detection of tuberculosis. So chest X-ray is one of these tools, and it's now adopted in the WHO guidelines for 2021 on systematic TB screening using chest X-ray. And already as a Ministry of Health in the National TB and Leprosy Program strategic plan for the previous period, this already had been incorporated, and even now with the current strategic plan, which goes on from 2025, 26 up to 2030, we are continuing to expand this technology for tuberculosis case detection. Next slide, please. So these are already the program manager talked about the deployment of this X-ray in Uganda. We have these 3 different systems currently in our in the country at different levels of implementation. The mobile vans are mainly deployed at regional fire hospitals because of their high capacity and also mobility. They're able to serve the whole region. So they are used for both screening at the health facility, but also in communities. So all the regional fire hospitals now have the original 16 health regions. Each have now a mobile clinic. And then, as alluded earlier, the portable X-ray machines are deployed. Initially, our target was to cover each district, and I think we are almost now at 80% coverage. And the plan now is to move up to Health Center 4. And you can see that we have the Delphi Light and also the QAI, QAI with the additional capabilities of screening for other non-TB related lung conditions. Can you go on? So this is the, whenever we receive portable X-ray and deploy to facilities, we have to, of course, go through this process of identifying which facilities to prioritize. And these facilities we select are based on the need and also, of course, the burden of tuberculosis. And then the issue of in terms of services, we would, of course, want to place an X-ray machine where there's already an existing X-ray machine. So we look at all those issues, take into consideration. Then also, we also consider other things like availability of personnel, space, and the other diagnostic services like being expert to enable tuberculosis confirmation. And then, of course, other management procedures of handover, capacity building, and then activities initiated after that. So this is just a sample of the diagnostic algorithm that we have submitted at the facilities to guide the healthcare workers in making a decision when they are using these tools for screening and to see how chest X-ray fits in the workflow for patient management. Yes, so as I said earlier, the chest X-rays are used for screening, both at the health facility, but the primary aim for this X-ray is mainly to reach the unreached communities. You realize that most of our patients with TB actually do not reach the health facility. Evidence has shown even from the previous prevalence survey that nearly 60% of the people who actually are not sought care at the health facility. So the aim now is to reach to those communities. I can see like those communities in the urban suburbs, the slum areas. They are really people who need these services, and those are the places we target them. Even the portable X-rays, we also try to move them to where the people are and where the services can be got. So during our community screening, we target these places, of course, based on evidence from the hotspot mapping using the control tools that Philip talked about earlier. And then we target our screening in these hotspots, but also the high-risk populations that have already been identified. For example, the prisons, the refugees, the settings, the contacts, all these targeted, the mines for outreach activities. And then we've also strengthened our screening by deploying diagnostic equipment together with the chest X-ray. Unfortunately, you cannot see inside that van, but the van has a fixed digital X-ray machine in that van. It's actually high capacity, and then It also has a gene expert machine, 8 modules, which is able to run at least tests more than 30 to 50 tests in a day. So that capacity is already in that one. In addition to other tests, for parts of integration, we have also placed in tests like for HIV testing, testing for non-communicable diseases, hypertension, diabetes. So we try to integrate services during the screening activities. Next slide. So this is just a snapshot of the performance in terms of the utilization of this X-ray for tuberculosis case detection. I know in the previous presentation by the Assistant Commissioner showed the implementation over 5 years. That showed that over 200,000 people had been screened in the last 5 years. But what you need to understand is that these systems have been acquired over time. So the largest rate was actually achieved last year. So we started with 5 systems in 2021, but now we have almost up to over 90 these X-ray systems in the country supporting TB screening. So in the last year, this is the data which we are seeing. Overall, we have about 130, the last column, 137,000 people screened just in 1 year. And then from this screening, we're able to detect 2,249 bacteriologically confirmed TB patients, which is about 6% of the yield. And this is quite high yield from a community screening intervention using chest X-ray. Of course, there are also other non-bacterial confirmed cases who are diagnosed clinically. So in all, about 3,500 people were diagnosed with TB in 1 year. And I think this is evidence that the chest X-ray has contributed significantly to tuberculosis case identification, thereby enhancing the program efforts for TB case, early TB case detection and treatment. And one other thing we can notice that the yield of TB tends to be higher among those with the abnormal X-ray. So what we're trying to say here is that we're not just using X-ray for screening and initiating everybody on treatment, but is helping to guide the diagnosis and the decision for management. So we agreed on the threshold for abnormal chest X-ray using a score from 0 to 100. So we say any score above 30 should be considered abnormal chest X-ray. And those are the ones who should be sent for further diagnostic tests using a molecular diagnostic test, reporting with initiation. So this information is, this data is actually informing the decision that we take on patient management. Next slide. This data is trying to show the regional variation in performance in chest X-ray application of digital chest X-ray for tuberculosis screening. This is data for just 1 quarter in the last quarter of October, December 2025, where we screened above 30,000 people. But you can see that most of the regions that we are showing higher performance, basically where the mobile clinics have been placed because of the high capacity of these mobile clinics. But also the point we're trying to bring out here is that these other regions need to be supported to access X-ray screening services. And I'm glad that as an institution, the CSC supports a number of regions, and I think I see Ankole, Gezi, Lango is up there. So all these regions in this zone that already have the experience. So we need to see how we can actually support to increase the scale in accessing these services to enhance TB care diagnosis. You can go to the next slide. The other data which I wanted to show is like a deep dive of the subpopulation of HIV population who are receiving care at health facilities. Recently, there was a guidance actually which the ministry came up with that among the high-risk populations, the HIV population, they should be prioritized for chest X-ray screening, given that people living with HIV are at high risk of TB. Mortality among them from TB is high, and the chest X-ray would enable early detection of TB in these populations, even in the absence of symptoms. So now, it's recommended that at least every HIV client in care should get an X-ray once in a year as part of their evaluation. And we are tracking this to see how many people living with HIV are accessing the services. So this is data for just one quarter, which shows that 4,000 people were screened with chest X-ray. And of course, it shows this significant access to chest X-ray by this population. So it's an area which needs to be emphasized and supported in our program. You can look next slide. So with this data, we have a desire to expand, knowing the benefit of X-ray screening to enhance tuberculosis case detection. The ministry national TB program came up with a plan to expand access, but also utilization of X-ray services for tuberculosis screening. So the goal is to scale up this X-ray with AI to enhance tuberculosis case detection among the high-risk groups. And I think this slide was already presented by the Senate Commission. Can go to the next slide. And these are the priority populations that have been targeted for screening. And they maybe just emphasize, I remember the ED asked the question, how the data generated from AI, from EPCON screening is disseminated to the implementers to plan their programs. So this is one of the evidence that we used actually, the data in the next slide. Yes, so we have actually mapped out the populations of people living with HIV and also the priority facilities based on the volume, high volume facilities, the medium volume and low level facilities, and also see where the X-ray machines are placed so that they can access these services. And this is our target for people living with HIV, to screen up to about 150,000. The next slide, please. And also we're using EPCON to identify the hotspots, and already from the data from our data team, they share routinely these hotspots with all the X-ray sites. So they're able to target which regions and the communities to conduct screening. And already we know that about 29 districts in the country contribute to actually the top hotspots with the cases. So that's how we were able to target our screening efforts. Next slide, please. The other population are the prisons. We have also mapped out the total number of prisoner populations. There are about 60,000 in the country. And using this data evidence from the Pareto data analysis, we know that about 38 prisons contribute to over 80% of the total population of prisons. So if we want to deploy a chest X-ray, we know now where to go, which districts and the prisons facilities that should be targeted for screening, so that we're able to cover that population. Another slide, please. The other population are the refugees. We also have mapped out the total population of refugees in the country. We know the districts that have these refugees, and we are targeting to screen the new arrivals. And we think that if we can screen 20% of the new arrivals, we should be able to reach up to 20,000 populations in 1 year. So this is also another target which we have disseminated to the districts and X-ray sites that are using this information to be able to target their screening efforts. So in all, this is the total number of this is our target for annually to screen about 400,000 people with chest X-ray, and out of this we expect to find about 3,800 confirmed TB patients, which is about 1%. But we also know that some of the TB patients are diagnosed clinically, so about 0.5. So in all, we expect to get about 5,700 TB patients annually from the current coverage of chest X-ray. But if we increase the coverage, of course, then the achievement will also increase. So what is the support needed to enhance uptake of chest X-ray? Of course, there are a number of things needed here, but maybe just focus on the big picture. We can see that around the issue of data management, monitoring, performance, and data management is very critical. we need systems for real-time tracking of utilization. And I think this has been a challenge with most of these digital tools. Some of them are not integrated in the national system, the DHIS2. And how do we get this data in time to inform decisions? And then the issues of deployment, the mobility of the chest X-rays. It's resource intensive, especially for the mobile van, because of the cost for fuel and the personnel. But also the portable X-rays need some way of moving them. So these issues need to be addressed. And there have been some innovations which have been introduced by the ministry. For example, recently we acquired the tricycles, which will help to move the portable X-rays together with the diagnostic equipment, TB lamp. This equipment and tricycles are now ready for deployment, and I think next quarter we shall be able to distribute them. And then the issues to do with human resources, very important. We realize that we have shortage of radiographers, but these chest X-rays are here with us, and they are digital and easy to use. So we have gone ahead to orient clinicians to actually use this equipment under guidance of the radiographers within the hospitals or the region. So to close that gap, but I think it is one of the challenges that we need to really see how to address it. Then things to do with the mobilization and ensuring that people are able to access these services. So the details are in these points here, but just to note that we all have a role to play as stakeholders to increase the access to these X-ray services if we are to achieve our national targets and global goals. Usually, when you talk about chest X-ray, always have the question that goes in mind is how do you answer issues of radiation safety and protection? And I think I wanted this slide to just show that the portable chest X-rays have been tested and found to emit minimal radiation, but that doesn't mean that they are completely free. So they still have to observe the standards, the safety practices of distance, the time to exposure, and ensuring that adequate protection using the radiation shields which are provided. So health workers should be able to observe these minimal practices like standing behind X-ray tube during exposure and ensuring that they maintain 2 meters distance from the tube, wearing the thyroid collar and also the lead apron. So there are these measures, even for the patients and the public. They are minimal things that they should be able to observe to ensure safety of the people. We've seen committee members coming up with so many fears that this thing is a risk to their health. But if you can have this information disseminated, then people will be able to know how to communicate to the public about the services. I will conclude my presentation with challenges which we are, of course, experiencing. One of them is the delays in getting laboratory tests for samples from X-ray screening. This is especially for the portable X-rays that are not paired with the display X-ray, a Genius Fat machine, unlike the mobile clinic. So at the moment, samples have to be referred to a Genius Fat testing site, and there are delays in the process, which affects the decisions on treatment, delays in treatment. But also we see now overdiagnosis of clinical cases because people see abnormal X-ray and start treatment just because they cannot wait for the confirmation results. So we are seeing how to address these issues by coupling this X-ray with a molecular diagnostic test. Already the assigned function talked about the near point of care test, which we call the Plus Life. So the plan is to actually scale up these tools to address these gaps. Then the other issue is the inadequate trained personnel to operate the equipment. I talked about this. We don't have enough radiographers, and we are going to engage clinicians to support. But also we are thinking if we can have local radiographers, maybe through support from the partners, that can also help to address the shortage of human resource. And lastly, the issue of facilitation for community screening for health workers to be able to go to the community, and there is need to engage the districts to be able to provide some fund, even from look within using the available PHC funds and also support from the partners on the ground. If they can all come together, then we should be able to address these issues so as we can increase the uptake of X-ray services. So what is the future like? Our future plans are like to broaden TB awareness, screening, and testing, because we think CAST is the entry point to the community, and but making sure that chest X-ray is integrated in all these community-wide activities to enhance case finding. Then embedding TB screening in chronic care clinics. We are not talking of integration. So we have the integrated chronic care clinics at facilities. If you can have routine screening of people in chronic care clinics with these two X-rays, it will help to detect TB early, but also other chronic diseases. Respiratory conditions can also be detected, like chronic heart disease, chronic obstructive airway disease, and all those other, even malignancies can be detected early and then managed appropriately. And then lastly, leveraging on the available electronic systems are crucial for better data management. We talked about the Ecton data. We have the lab expert, which integrates the X-ray screening with the gene expert testing. And also now the other tools we are using for the community screening, the Audible cough app, I think is going to really address some of the challenges, because it's being held by the community health care workers, and they should be, they choose are the ones who are going to implement this AI, and they are the ones who are always interfacing with the community members. So we think if this data can be all integrated in the current national data systems, it will help address information needs, but also for decision making and planning. I think this is the end of my presentation. I would like to acknowledge all the stakeholders in here, and also those who have supported the information, the system. Thank you so much, here.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Aldo, for taking us through this. Dr. Aldo really underscores a lot of things here, including the background to digital X-ray, national rollout, the results so far, and the priorities, as well as recommendations and way forward. Yeah, I think key I want to stress here is he mentions about data systems for data management support. I think that is very critical, and he mentions it as a priority, and this ideally leads us to our next presentation in this session, which is going to be given by the Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Paul Mbaka. But I think before he comes to give us his presentation, I know there are questions that have emerged from Dr. Aldo's presentation. Let us share them in the chat, and answers will be provided when it's into the discussion session, which we shall come to after Mr. Paul Mbaka's presentation. Paul is a health statistician and digital health specialist with over 15 years of experience in designing and implementing health information and monitoring, as well as evaluation systems. He is currently serving as the Assistant Commissioner, Health Services and Head of Division of Health Information, Ministry of Health, Uganda, where he leads national digital health data and knowledge management strategies. Paul has worked extensively with the World Health Organization and World Food Programme, supporting data systems, surveillance, and evaluation across Africa. His expertise spans health information systems, data analysis, GIS, and digital innovation, contributing to evidence-based decision-making, including during Uganda's COVID-19 response. So before us, we have really an expert in the field that is going to share with us. So join me in welcoming Mr. Paul Mbaka. Over to you, Mr. Paul.
Thank you very much. I was very impressed with your profile. Copy that. But just to dive straight into it, I'm just going to give you a brief presentation. I don't know if it is brief by any standard, but on governance standards and data stewardship for AI in the context of Ugandan health. I thought it would be important for us just to set the stage by having a clear distinction between artificial intelligence and machine learning. the concept of artificial intelligence is not a very new concept. But what we typically call artificial intelligence is actually what is referred to as machine learning. Because artificial intelligence is just any mechanism that you would use on a computer to provide you with some form of intelligence, however rudimentary, even if it is a rule-based algorithm. I know, for example, in health, we have some algorithms that usually represent with flowcharts. So if you just implement that even in Excel using if, else, and so on, you're basically talking about artificial intelligence. But when you're specifically talking about machine learning, which is a subset of artificial intelligence, here you're talking about some model-based and data-driven decision mechanism. And probably for my presentation, I would largely be focusing on machine learning, even if we loosely call it artificial intelligence in the context of Uganda. Just to have an understanding of what's going on around the world. AI in health is, of course, is an emerging area, and like I said, I'm using AI here broadly to mean machine learning. There are some broad frameworks that are available that have been provided by the WHO, the US government through its Food and Drug Administration, the European Commission, that try to provide frameworks under which AI should be used in an ethical and responsible way, but also in a way that brings benefits. I know most of you have lived through Uganda at a time when we were talking about blockchain very frequently, but sometimes you wonder, blockchain, I keep hearing it. How is it translating to specific benefit in my life? So some of these guidelines help so that AI does not become a buzzword just like blockchain. Not that it doesn't have benefits, but channel investments and research and innovation in such a way that can bring innovation. And particularly in the context of health, it is important to even risk classify, and these are the trends that we have observed in other places, areas in which we deploy AI so that we are clear where significant oversight is expected. And key among those are in situations where we use it, particularly for clinical work. It's very different when I use it for outbreak detection. You know, I'm a Christian, so with no offense to my fellow Christians here, it is not uncommon for us Christians to predict that there is going to be a problem. A leader is going to die, and then we pray about it, and it doesn't happen. So at the end of the day, it is difficult to validate whether the prediction was okay. So, in the context of providing epidemic intelligence, when you use, the risk is usually minimized because you are expected to take mitigation action. So when something doesn't happen, it is okay. But for clinical practice, because of the immediacy of your intervention, you might cause harm. You might cause harm. You could suffer risk of litigation if certain guardrails are not well prescribed. So the trends that we are seeing is that when we're using AI in a clinical setting, it is very important. First of all, align with the guidelines that are in place. Like, for example, I was just chatting with my colleague here earlier, and I was telling him that, you know, when we're introducing an RDT, the TB in Uganda, there are processes that we go through. But one of the reasons why Ministry of Health can pilot these tools and just adjust the pilot kind of, without formally scaling it, is because we skip some of the clinical processes that we have as approval mechanisms. So you can validate it in the laboratory, but those processes that you go through, NDA, going through this and validating that the AI specific diagnosis can be compared to a gold standard, and they okay it broadly. And because AI models are different, and they can also validate specific ones, that is this particular model, it's okay to use, and this one, not yet. Such recommendations must be provided as a guardrail. And these are the trends that we are observing globally. But also to be able to train these models well, systems that collect data that might be relevant must be able to exchange data among themselves to facilitate that training process. And also, most especially, there are a type of machine learning models called neural networks. They particularly lack the explainability. They're very good at predictions, but they're very bad at explaining what they have done. And many times, most especially for scientists, the reasons why sometimes we don't like to mix with herbalists is that the mother can say mumbwa works, but because the active ingredient or the mechanism is unclear, clinicians will typically stay away from it because the mechanism is not clear. So it could be something else working, not the mumbwa, they're just giving it credit where it has done nothing. So even in the context of artificial intelligence, some of the trends that we're seeing is that in other places where there are better regulations and the need for the models that are being used to be explainable. Like, for example, from your classical work, when you come up with the predictive model, you can tell that maybe gender is a predictor of whether you will finish school or not. And you can tell to what extent it's doing that. So that kind of ability to explain and dealing with bias and fairness. I think someone mentioned something about data shifts and so on, where you could train data on a different population and you train a model on a different population and try to deploy it in another. And for some reasons, the models don't perform as well. Also, there are issues. There are also in terms of stewardship. If we could go back just one step, in terms of stewardship, there is documentation, legal frameworks that exist globally around data privacy and protection. The need for some clarity in how data sharing agreements should be dealt with, and even templates for that have been provided in some of the contexts. So as we move ahead, the next slide, please. Yeah, we can tell that globally, we are seeing that people are moving away from talking about this and that model to really saying how are these models helping us in the context of our, how does it fit in the system and in the service provision context. But also, when we look at African countries, it was expected that Africa would jump right at the cutting edge of some of these emerging technologies, but this has not proved true. There are some continental frameworks that guide AI usage with the African Union, with the Africa CDC focused on health. And there are countries that have come up with something like Kenya and Uganda is working on its AI-specific framework. But even in the context of Uganda, we expect that if an AI model is developed, it should be complying with our data privacy and protection laws and its regulations, the Computer Misuse Act, our clinical specific laws, guidelines, and procedures. But we are working on a broad AI specific regulation. And we are largely borrowing from some of these more developed countries, but also from some of the regional bodies, WHO, Africa CDC, and others. And right now, we're really playing a balancing act, trying to encourage innovation. There's a bit of talk of sovereignty without too much enforcement, but most of the enforcement is around ethics and consent. But some of the others, the residents, while it's there in the regulations, there's minimum enforcement. So broadly, in Africa, you can conclude that AI implementation is policy heavy, but very light on implementation. So there are, even in the context of Uganda, from the universities and so on, there are a lot of trials and tests and so on, but we are moving very little of it to scale, because there are certainly things that people are not clear with how to deal with them. And in terms of standards to, for example, facilitate data exchange, Uganda has adopted the first health interoperability framework as a format to ensure that if anyone uses this format, these formats are like languages. If you say that in Uganda, the official language is English, or if you say it is Swahili, or if you say it's Uganda, or if you say it's Acholi, you expect that if you come for an official meeting, everyone should be able to speak an official language. So me, who is coming from Tororo, shouldn't come here and start speaking in Jap and expect all of you to understand what I'm saying, because the standing orders are prescribed language. So these standards are important to prescribe a language that can allow our systems to exchange data between themselves. And the problem that we have is that these standards exist, we have documented them, but they are not implemented, mainly because a lot of the systems that we have are legacy. We've had them before, so converting them to align with these standards. For example, we have recently finalized the development of a product registry, a standard we used to call commodities in Uganda, a standard test menu, so that if you have any electronic system, you don't give different tests different name, you all call them in a standard way. But because you have systems that have existed for years, and they have called these tests in whichever way they have called them, trying to deal with that backlog data can sometimes be challenging. Then also, of course, some of the challenges that we have. Next slide, please. In the next slide, yes.
Yes, I guess, Assistant Commissioner, you are winding up.
Yeah, okay, maybe I should rush into the meat of the matter, which is in Uganda. So I think the thing to pay attention to in the context of Uganda is that the policies exist, but the compliance is weak. And in fact, most of our AI-based tools, we are trying to judge them by a different set of laws, not laws that are, for example, used for, in the case of diagnosis, other diagnostic equipment. In the case of clinical decision support, other clinical decision support mechanisms. So it is important, and maybe I can provide this information directly to our colleagues from NTLG, that in an attempt to balance proactiveness with compliance, it is important that while we have these tools and we shouldn't remove them, because we have validated them through research. We still have legal exposure because, yes, we have approval for use of digital X-ray, but we might not necessarily have validated with our National Drug Authority or any regulatory entity the use of AI for diagnosis to read, to replace an expert reader in interpreting the X-ray. So that aspect of regulatory approval is very important. Also, domain shifts or data shifts happen all the time. An important thing that we need to conclude with is that just like for drugs, where we do pharmacovigilance post-deployment, AI must be monitored in the field because the structure changes all the time. So, an equivalent to pharmacovigilance is some form of post-deployment monitoring to ensure that the performance of these models remain as expected is also important. I shared the slides with the Secretariat, and colleagues can generally go through it. But if we just go to the final slide, just a bit of take home is that that in the case of Uganda, there are opportunities for data governance. We currently don't do it very well. We have a bit of documentation, almost no enforcement. It's a similar situation with our interoperability. Documentation is there, even platforms to facilitate the exchange. Compliance and enforcement is weak. But finally, the validation, the process of validation of the models that we use does not follow a similar process as all the other clinical things that we do. So there's a bit of exposure there that we need to tie. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Colleagues, join me in appreciating Dr. Mbaka for his presentation. Yeah, colleagues, I think we agree with that. These have been very exciting presentations. I know we must be concerned about time, but there's no way we could follow these discussions, this presentation, because of the interest that we have. Of course, he has really underscored a lot of important things and priorities for us as we use AI. Of course, important to mention is the approval and regulatory frameworks, and also the monitoring of these use and compliance with those guidelines there. There are a few discussion questions that have emerged in the chat. I'm going to request, I have, I think, seen a few that are directed to Dr. Aldo. Nothing yet has come through to Mr. Mbaka. But maybe before we go to the chat, we are going to listen to the ones that are coming from within here. And I want to ask Dr. Sise to have the first go on the questions.
Thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, I'll be very brief. We were told we've been shown from the earlier presentation of the outlook the reach for the digital X-rays. But in the morning, Dr. Mize also told us that in the market there are already handheld X-ray machines. I suppose they should be cheap. So what is stopping us from choosing those over this so that we can have more to share out? I think the other question I had was about irradiation and safety. The way we provide safety, digital X-rays here. But I think maybe you touched on that, we can leave it. Very quick question again for the people that have been diagnosed using these digital X-rays. What percentage, and if you don't have the data, that's fine, what percentage had actually cough? Because you're talking about this for AI for TB. But it doesn't matter whether I don't have a cough, I still cough, and the system which you are still evaluating should be able to determine if I clearly have TB or don't have TB. But to Paul, thanks a lot for the overview on governance. You did indicate that there is more policy than actually practice on the ground. Although what I see, this is just TB meeting. And we have all these things that have already been rolled out with new inputs, without policy, without validation, NBA, etc. But you imagine what is happening. And now I'm just talking about health, what may be happening outside. So I know you are not the overall person responsible, but what are we going to do? Because people are moving forward. Even us here at HCRC, we want to move forward, irrespective of the laws being in place and regulations and clarity. Who knows about what is happening and what I'm supposed to do if I tomorrow Dixon has his AI innovation, like the one you're working on?
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Michael, we can have yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question will go to Paul. We know that most of the AI tools in use are not developed in Africa. And because of that, we may find that we have data mismatch because the models are trained on data that is not African. But we also know that in our context, we may also have things like poor quality data that we may face as we try to train this tool, but also things like infrastructure limitations, like reliability of internet in working with these models. So in adopting these models in our setting, how do we ensure that we are addressing these limitations that may come up? But I think you also mentioned one issue which related to pharmacovigilance. I don't know if we will call it AI vigilance, but how are we monitoring to see that these models are actually doing what was shown out there? And is it something that we are looking at to ensure that we continuously monitor how these models are performing? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. The questions I'm going to request Aldo and Mr. Mbaka to respond to those questions that have come through, but also encourage the team to share their comments and questions in the chat. We may not answer all of them through this discussion session, but they will be answered too afterwards in the course of the symposium. So we are just going to respond to these ones that have come through here, then the rest we shall respond to them in the chat. Thank you. Over to you, Aldo.
Yeah, thank you so much. I will just respond to Dr. Sisi about the many AI products in the market. Actually, the AI products that we have are those certified by WHO, and they have been validated and approved for use, recommended in their guidelines. So there are about 5 to 6 AI products that have been validated, compared, and recommended. Maybe the number could have increased by now, but based on the application sometime about 2-3 years ago, there are about 5 or 6. And even they are rated according to which ones have the best sensitivity and the specificity. These two which we are using are actually the top that's known globally. And also these products are bought through support from different partners, including Global Fund, US government. They go through rigorous global procurement practices, and they are established procurement agencies that have standard specifications of which products they can procure. So I think we cannot just use our resources to go to the market and buy any product. Maybe there's some exception to that. There was some other comments which came on here. I don't know if I should respond to them, but I think the number of them there.
Yeah, I think you can respond to those.
Let me respond them from here. Yeah, that's what I can maybe say.
Yes, I think the team should bear with us on that approach to the questions. Yes. The other times not on our side. Yes, some comments from Mr. Mbaka.
Yes, thank you very much. I think one of the things we should note is that it is generally observed that innovation is always ahead of regulation. It's just our ability to catch up. Actually, most of these global entities, their AI regulations are not old, they're very recent. And so we are also in the process of putting them in place. These regulations, particularly for AI, it's actually just a matter of clarity. It's a matter of picking. It is not that what we have is insufficient, but it is picking relevant things from the millions of different places where they might be and putting them in a single document to ease the process of compliance. So we've already started that process and hopefully we should, but like I mentioned earlier, Uganda is trying to enable innovation. So the country is not very restrictive in this process because yes, you don't have the laws written, but you're trying to balance between using things that have been proved to work and compliance. So right now it's a balancing act. The regulators are pretending not to see, to allow things to go on. The other thing about localization of the model, this is a big issue. Economists will tell you about competitive advantage and so on. All these things only apply to equals. They don't apply when there's an imbalance. So as long as we continue as a country, this is just, as long as we continue as a country to rely on models that others have built, our own will never improve. And the challenges with domain shift. Yeah, and it can be a good entry point, but it should not be our ultimate target. It's a good entry point so that we understand the practices, blah, blah, but we should be able to build these models ourselves. And actually, we have models that have been done in the lab context to do TB image interpretation in Makerere, in Barara, and so on. But Uganda has always struggled to move things from that lab setting or academic setting into a product that you can actually put out. But it is something that we need to realize. But the Ministry of Science and Technology, for example, has already deployed GPU servers specific for AI training. They are stationed in, there's an organization called Raxio. They host locally, they're hosting local agents. So the Ministry of Science and Technology has deployed servers there. IDI also has servers that can, so it is now asked to use them because they are trying to put together an enabling environment so that we don't have that kind of reliance.
Yes, thank you so much, our presenters and the entire team that is listening in to this discussion. We appreciate you for your time. I want to continue to assure you that the responses will be provided in the chat. Please keep them coming. Yeah, we end this session at this point, and I'm going to hand it over through the next session. Over to you, Dr. Michael.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Habak, for taking us through the previous session. So welcome to our first afternoon session, where we're going to look at TB epidemiology and surveillance and use of AI in ending the TB epidemic. So we will now see practical ways in which science, data, and innovation connect to explore new possibilities in tackling TB. And as a community, we stand at the interaction of two powerful forces. One is one of the world's oldest challenges, which is TB, and the other one is the most transformative technology of our time, which is AI. So we're going to see how those two are interacting. And the questions the presenters are going to try to answer is how we are seeing these two interacting to detect TB faster. We saw in the earlier morning presentation that annually about 20,000 cases are missed, TB cases are missed. The other question that the teams are going to try to answer is how we can make smarter decisions around the TB. We also saw that using symptom-based screening, 50% of the cases of TB are missed. But we also saw there is an opportunity to integrate our data systems, but also have patient support systems that help us to make better decisions and enhance our TB care. And all this should also lead us to building stronger health systems. So we will move into our first presentation, and I'm honored to introduce Geoffrey Cavale, who is a TB specialist at the Joint Clinical Research Center in Lango. Okay, so at this point we go. Okay, so at this point I've been advised that we're going to have a breakaway session. We're going to have 2 sessions, and we will have the first group of presenters stay here, that is Geoffrey, Herbert, and Silas. And then the other group of presenters, that is Timothy, Alex, and Joseph, will go into the breakaway room. And that session is going to be led by Dixon. So a link has been shared, so the team can log on to that link. Has the link been put in the chat?
It's the same link, they just have to select.
Okay, so in the link, you select the session, the breakaway session that you want to participate in. And with that, we'll be able to continue. So I think we'll give a few minutes.
They know what is used so that they know which room to go to. Distinguished. So members, you can choose the room you want to go to. There is one with TB, epidemiology and surveillance, then use of AI in ending the TB. We are using the same link, just choose which room to go to display. The rooms are open for you to select where to go to.
I think the people in this room should be in one room. They won't see.
Yes.
Okay, so we're just giving our audience an opportunity to go into the different breakaway sessions. So the way you do that, you go where you see the icon next to share that says more. You click on that, and then it will show you join breakout room. And then you will choose one of the rooms that you want to join, either the TB epidemiology and surveillance or the use of AI in ending the TB epidemic. Okay, so I believe members have had an opportunity to join the different breakaway sessions. So I will now go into introducing our first speaker for the use of AI in ending the TB epidemic. So at this point, I'm honored. We still give them time to join.
It's the same. She's the same.
They are staying in one room. Which room is this they're staying?
This is TB. Yes.
I think we can just go on and you keep an
Yeah.
update.
Oh,
Put in the chat. Type in the chat they have.
okay, so we'll go on in the interest of time. So as I make introductions, I'll ask Geoffrey to share your slides. So I'm honored to introduce Geoffrey Kabale, a TB HIV specialist at the Joint Clinical Research Center in Lango, whose work sits at the cutting edge of data-driven disease control. With years of experience transforming TB HIV programs, Geoffrey is pioneering the use of AI-supported screening and electronic surveillance systems to uncover hidden disease hotspots and drive smarter interventions. Today, he will share how geospatial intelligence is reshaping case detection and saving lives in high burden settings. So join me in welcoming Geoffrey to make his presentation. So Geoffrey, over to you. Geoffrey, please share your slides and you can take it off. Okay, we will move on to our next presenter.
Our presenter, the other side.
So I'm going to invite our next presenter, that is Dr. Alex. So Dr. Alex is a medical doctor by profession with rich experience in TB programming. He has worked in several donor-funded organizations, and he has made a number of presentations at international meetings. So Dr. Alex will be making a presentation on using artificial intelligence, supported digital X-ray screening to optimize TB detection in the Lango region. So Dr. Alex, over to you. Just give us a minute as Dr. Alex's presentation is being loaded.
Yeah.
Our online audience, sorry if we are having a hiccup here that is being addressed. Apologies once again for that glitch, but we've managed to resolve it and we'll go on with our presentation. So Dr. Alex, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation basically will trigger discussions around how we use artificial intelligence chest X-rays as a triage tool for molecular diagnostic testing. So the title of my presentation is using artificial intelligence supported digital chest X-ray screening to optimize tuberculosis detection in the Lamu region. Yeah, we can go straight to the presentation. Yes, as a background, in Uganda, about 12% of the estimated 86,000 people who develop tuberculosis annually remain undetected. Currently, TB screening is majorly symptom screening, and the asymptomatic TB cases are usually missed. Digital X-ray will pick asymptomatic individuals as well as presumptive TB cases. All sputum samples that are generated from symptomatic cases are expected to be processed using a WHO molecular rapid diagnostic. And to address this challenge, the Ministry of Health implemented a mobile digital chest X-ray screening combined with molecular testing as part of the active case finding efforts. Next slide. Artificial intelligence computer-aided detection is increasingly being used to improve chest X-ray interpretation, prioritize individuals for confirmatory testing, and enhance the efficiency of TB screening programs. This study assessed the effectiveness of artificial intelligence-supported chest X-ray screening in identifying individuals requiring confirmatory TB testing during mobile outreach activities. And we conducted a retrospective record review of TB screening data collected between January and December 2025 for mobile digital chest X-ray outreach activities in Lamu region. Individuals were screened using digital chest X-ray supported by CAD software. Participants with abdominal chest X-rays were prioritized for sputum examination using World Health Organization recommended rapid diagnostic tests, but also some sputum samples were collected from those that had a normal chest X-ray. The TB yield was calculated as a proportion of confirmed cases among individuals tested using a molecular diagnostic test. So the methods we conducted are that is the notation. So this is just a pictorial representation of one of the activities that were implemented in the Lamu sub-region using the mobile digital X-ray. Continue. So the results, we have two cascades here, and this is the gist of our presentation. The cascade of abnormal chest X-ray and then those that had a normal chest X-ray. In total, we had a total of about 20,000 individuals that were screened with AI-supported digital chest X-ray. And among these, about 1,157, that's about 5.6%, were actually screened, and the samples were obtained and referred for a molecular diagnostic test. And about 154 TB cases were detected, of which 3 were rifampicin-resistant TB cases. However, in those that presented with a normal chest X-ray, we had about 2,318 samples that were collected and referred for molecular diagnostic test. And out of this, 1,763 were tested, and we did not get a TB case. You realize that if in a resource constrained setting, one gene expert test is approximately $10 or slightly less. I know it is highly subsidized. If you did a test on 1,763 and you did not get a TB case, that means you must have spent about 60 million shillings to do these tests. And we did not obtain a TB case. So if you can continue to the next slide, and we continue with the discussion around this. Next slide. So when you look at this conclusion, AI-supported digital chest X-ray screening in TB hotspot outreach settings can optimize TB case by efficiently triaging individuals for confirmatory molecular testing, hence the need for scale-up. Integrating artificial intelligence supported radiographic interpretation into community-based screening programs may improve diagnostic efficiency, reduce unnecessary molecular testing, and strengthen active case finding strategy in a high burden setting. Now the question arises, should we really continue collecting samples from those that present with a normal chest X-ray, knowing that probably the yield is actually quite poor? The presentation that was made by Dr. Ruzet, the yield from normal X-rays was 0.9%. And when Dr. Aldo presented, I think the yield was about 0.5%. So should we continue encouraging our community teams that go out to the community to do big X-rays, to continue collecting samples from those that actually score low, that have normal chest X-ray? So that is why we actually presented this abstract. We wanted it to trigger discussions, especially in the presence of the MOH that policy makers. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, can I make a suggestion? That's very interesting, but also behind time. I think this kind of data needs to be presented at this symposium like you have done, but we also need to present it to the ministry so that it guides action. Dr. Aldo told us they only take sputum from 30, they range 0 to 100. Then they take sputum from 30 and above. Now you're saying you took sputum from normal X-rays, but this local validation is very important. Yes, I think we need not only from our program, but to present to the TB. And actually, I think they have sessions where they ask us to present our data. Because this is not just for this, it is for the national program policy and practice.
Thank you so much, Edie, for that. And your question has been noted. But I also want to encourage our online audience, if you have any questions for the presenter, please put them in the chat. We'll try to make sure that all those are responded to. So we'll move on to our next presentation. And Joseph, kindly confirm if you're online. Joseph, are you online? Okay, if Joseph is not there, Timothy from Chigezi, are you online? I think we might have had a mix-up of people joining different rooms. That's why I'm checking to see if our presenters are on before I do the introductions. So Joseph, Biarugaba or Timothy, please confirm if you're online, and then we can take it from there.
But he's not speaking.
Chair, I seem to have ended up in this one. I'm not sure if it's the right one I need to be in.
Who is this? Kindly confirm.
This is Geoffrey Kabale.
No, Geoffrey, you're in the wrong room, but I think we can go on with you. Okay, so we will get a presentation from Geoffrey, and I'm honored to introduce Geoffrey Kabale, who is a TB HIV specialist at the Joint Clinical Research Center in Lango. And his work sits at the cutting edge of data-driven disease control. With years of experience transforming TB HIV programs, Geoffrey is pioneering the use of AI-supported screening and electronic surveillance systems to uncover hidden disease hotspots and drive smarter interventions. Today, he will share how geospatial intelligence is reshaping case detection and saving lives in high-burden settings. So, Geoffrey, you're welcome. Please, you can take it off from there. Thank you. Geoffrey, if you're speaking, you're muted. Just make sure you're not muted. Geoffrey, please go ahead. Do we still have Geoffrey online? Yeah. Yes. Geoffrey, you're muted. Please unmute and
Okay, thank you. Like I've been introduced, I work with JCRC based in Lango, and I'm here to present the works we've done in Lango, leveraging electronic case-based surveillance system for geospatial hotspot mapping to improve TB HIV co-infection detection. And these are lessons from Lango. Those are the co-authors for this. We can move to the background of this specific presentation. Like earlier seen from the earlier presentation, Uganda remains a high TB HIV burden country with the tuberculosis incidence of 198 per 100 population and an HIV prevalence of 4.9%. And this is in the age group 15 to 49 years. Although the national TB HIV co-infection rate declined from 40% in 2020 to 35.8% in 2024, we still see significant gaps in case detection. In Lango, the TB incidence remains high, with an estimated 330 missed cases in 2024. And while the observed decline in TB HIV co-infection may partly reflect non-targeted service delivery approaches that fail to adequately reach high-risk populations. Can move to the next slide. So to strengthen TB detection, reporting, and response, the Uganda introduced the electronic case-based surveillance system, ECBSS, in 2020. And as long as JCRC, we leverage on ECBSS geospatial data to guide targeted integrated TB HIV interventions and improve programmatic decision-making. And in the interventions, we worked with the district-based statisticians, health information assistants, data clerks collaborated to update ECBSS records and cleared the reporting backlogs, ensured completeness and accuracy. Patient-level geolocated data was analyzed to identify TB HIV hotspots. And between October 2025 and September 2025, these hotspots were prioritized for integrated outreaches. And these were joint TB HIV screening, diagnosis, and linkage to treatment. So the map that we are seeing here shows a spatial distribution of TB hotspots in Lango region. And the darker colors indicate the high density of TB cases that we're having, over 40 cases. And as the colors keep on lightening, the cases are reduced. We can move to the next slide. So in the results, we observed that geospatial analysis identified 25 TB hotspots across the eight of the 10 districts in the Lango region. The graph there that we are seeing, we observe that the TB cases that we kept identifying right from October 2024 to July, September 2025 kept on increasing. But one key observation is that although these cases kept increasing across the quarters, the proportion of the TB HIV co-infection remained stable at about 24 to 26%. And we want to conclude, in the conclusion, we see that leveraging ECBSS for geospatial hotspot mapping enabled a precise targeting of integrated TB HIV services, improving case detection and reducing missed cases. While TB HIV co-infection proportions remained consistently high, this approach demonstrates the power of digital surveillance to guide resource-efficient interventions in high-burden settings. And sustained use and complementary surveys are recommended to monitor trends and evaluate impact of TB prevention and ACT programs. So we want to acknowledge the people or the organizations below, the government of Uganda, for the support, Ministry of Health, the guidance, the policy frameworks that come through them, the American people through the US Department of State, district local governments in Lango, the health workers that we worked with, and the community members. So in short, that's what I had to present. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Geoffrey. We will clap for our presenters at the end. So clap for our presenters at the end, but let's continue. In the interest of time, we'll move on to the next presenter. One of the people who are supposed to present is a facility in charge, and we have been informed that there is an emergency at the facility, so the person had to go to theater. So that's why we are calling, and the person was not here. But we'll go on to operate, not to be operated. Yes, he has gone to operate, not to be operated on. So the next presentation we'll go to is one that is going to be made by Joseph. And getting some. Yes, Joseph Biarugaba is a public health specialist with 20 years experience, and currently he serves as the TB advisor for JCRC in the Kigezi region. His presentation is going to talk about experiences in deploying the digital X-ray and the computer-aided detection to enhance TB screening in the Kigezi region. So please welcome me join me in welcoming Joseph to make his presentation. So Joseph, over to you, and please make only your presentation. I know there were plans for you to make Timothy's presentation as well, but in the interest of time, we will listen to only your presentation. Over to you, Joseph.
Thank you very much, Session Chair. Confirm I'm audible.
Yes, Joseph, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll be sharing the experience of Kigezi on behalf of the team displayed, Linda Lillian, Gordon Tugume, Caroline Tiri, Dixon Masiko, and Lawrence Mugumya, based in Kigezi. So the Uganda National Strategic Plan for TB prioritizes innovative tools, specifically the digital X-ray with computer-aided detection as a critical component for enhancing TB screening and detection. The case detection rate in Kigezi remained low at 80%, below the recommended 100% of the estimated 1,258 TB cases by the end of March 2025. Despite the deployment of these artificial intelligence-powered tools across the 5 facilities in 5 districts in Kigezi sub-region, their utilization remained very low, with only 25 individuals screened, contributing 0.2 of all the TB cases that were identified in the January to March quarter 2025. Next slide. So this performance was attributed to a number of challenges that ranged from a limited number of X-ray operators, since Ministry of Health under NTLP had trained 2 operators at each of the sites, who were also engaged in the different duties as their primary roles at facility level. So we had a lot of technical knowledge gaps on the TB X-ray screening algorithm, which usually comes with introduction of new technologies. We had inadequate facility-based mobilization and limited community outreaches that restricted access for the high priority and had to reach groups, as earlier discussed in the previous presentations. So in June 2025, LPHS North and Southwest collaborated with districts to implement targeted interventions aimed at improving X-ray screening and improving TB case detection across the region, with the primary objective of having these individuals screened for TB using X-ray increasing from 36 in June to at least 300 per month by December. This target of 300 was based on what was achievable and realistic at the time for us to attain as districts. So the methods employed included utilizing the electronic case-based surveillance to prioritize TB hotspots and high-risk groups, as evidently seen in the geospatial map on the left of that next slide. And then the mobilization approach was multi-pronged with engagement of the village health teams and other resource persons in communities through house-to-house visits, then riding on the community gatherings, both religious but also the social ones, to ensure that they reach very many individuals. Relatedly, we also employed radio announcements to reach very many of our target groups. The other added advantage that we had was riding on public address systems, both from the LPHS purchased public address systems for mobilization of activities, but also on the megaphones that are site-based. Next slide. So the other challenge that we were meant to address was on the human resource gaps that existed because of the operators being engaged in different activities. And the strategy we used for skilling was to ride on the existing outreaches that we were conducting in the hotspots to have hands-on capacity building of these operators, as evidenced by the pictorial on the left of the slide that shows the operator clearly showing the clinician how this is done. And we can quickly see an example of the heat map from one of the clients that was diagnosed with TB after GeneXpert testing. As part of monitoring, we were able to employ a weekly tracker to monitor these outputs. So we know that Ministry of Health tracks X-ray screening on a monthly basis through TB Info. But as part of real-time monitoring and being able to offer tailored support to the facilities that are either lagging behind or have specific challenges that require very quick redress to ensure that performance improves in real time. The next slide. So as part of our results, Chair, if we could go to the previous slide. As part of our results, the X-ray screening improved from 12% in June, where we had only 36 individuals screened, to 97% by the end of January 2026. This was about a target attainment of 300, and we were able to hit 97%. We can see that there was progressive improvement from the month of July when we had additional X-ray operators brought on board, and we can see the highest attainments came during the community awareness and screening campaigns. That's the CAST activities in the month of September that spilled into October and November, but we had drops, of course, in December due to the festive season and the general downward trend for most of the services provided across all the facilities. Relatedly, we had 78 TB cases realized, and these accounted for 7% of the overall TB cases identified by December. We can ably appreciate that this is an improvement from the 0.2% contribution we had in March to a 7% increase with 2 drug-resistant TB cases identified, evacuated to the treatment center in Kabale Regional Referral Hospital. So in conclusion, Chair, the final slide. So in conclusion, this is evident that digital X-ray with computer-aided detection has a contributory role in improving TB case detection in resource-limited settings. And as discussed, to optimize this screening, we need to focus on the skilling of the health workforce. We need to address the mobilization challenges using a multi-pronged approach, but also expanding access to the underserved priority groups as already highlighted by the previous presenters. We acknowledge the support of the government of Uganda, the Ministry of Health, the American people through the Department of State, the district local governments for our 6 districts in Kigezi, the health workers and our dear community members, that made improvements in the region. Thank you very much, Chair, and over.
Okay, thank you so much, Joseph. So we have had 3 great presentations. One was using artificial intelligence, supported digital chest X-ray screening to optimize TB detection in Lango region by Dr. Alex. And he also posed a question to the MOH team. We had a second presentation, which was talking about leveraging electronic case-based surveillance systems for geospatial hotspot mapping to improve TB, HIV co-infection detections. Lessons from Lango by Geoffrey. And then the last one, we had optimizing digital X-ray with the card to improve access to TB screening services, the experience of Chigezis. So thank you so much to our presenters. Those were great presentations. They were clear, they were engaging, and they were really insightful. And personally, I appreciated the way you broke things down and made the key ideas easy to follow. So great job, and please, let's give them another round of applause. So for the questions, please type those into the chat. I've seen a few of those there, but we are not going to answer them here. And the presenters will do the answering of the questions in the chat. And now we'll move on to our next session, which is a panel discussion. And have the other members joined us who are in the other breakaway room?
Maybe Dr. Timothy is out of theater. I think we'll do a disservice if we don't allow him to present. His back is on call, if we allow.
I think we are behind, we're really behind time. So it may be a challenge for us at this point to yes, so guidance, Dr. Ebo, do we do the panel discussion and then?
I think we can have a panel discussion because the panel discussion then guides us to the key purpose. It's important to have that series of things that we go along.
Okay.
We apologize for Timothy, but we will find ways making sure we connect.
Can you ask the ATM to keep us association? They usually have meetings. These are very good, actually. Real life experiences that we need to scale if they are not scaled. So they.
So Gordon, the consensus here is that we'll try to arrange to have Timothy present, and we'll try to seek audience with the MOH team, especially the NTLP, such that we have an opportunity for Timothy to show the great work that has been done in Chigezi. So we are really sorry for that, but we'll try to seek out that opportunity. So we'll move on to our next agenda, which is a panel discussion. And we're going to have 2 panelists. They have already been introduced, so I will not do the introductions again, but one of the panelists is our EG, the Dr. Sisi. We're looking forward to hearing your ideas in the panel discussion. And our next panelist is Dr. Paul. So, right away. Yes. So right away we'll go into the panel questions, and I'm going to start with I'll start with our ED, but I just want to confirm that our audience online have all joined back into the plenary. They have all joined. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So Dr. Sisi, in your remarks, you talked about how JCRC is undertaking a new strategic plan, the development of a new strategic plan. And the question that we have for you is, how is JCRC approaching its AI journey so far? And what key lessons, or what do you envision as the role that AI is going to play in the future? And what strategic priorities should guide AI adoption by JCRC? Because you mentioned in your address that AI is one of the key focuses for the strategic plan. So we just want to hear what role you envision AI will play for JCRC in the future, and what strategic priorities should guide its adoption. So over to you, Dr. Sisi.
Thank you very much. We've been, everybody I think has heard about AI in different aspects, whatever AI, machine learning, whatever it is that you want to call it. And I think we also use AI somehow on our telephones. And so previously, our board of governors has asked, how is JCRC embracing AI? Because for us, JCRC, we embrace things at the frontiers of science. So they asked us, how are you embracing it? And we've had to think, understand, and plan. So part of the AI journey is planning and embedding AI aspects as a foundational thing in our strategic plan. Do we understand exactly what we are embedding? I think we are also learning. So as I sit here and look forward to the keynote address, I am learning what is out there. Dr. Aldo said, WHO, this is what it has approved. What else has it approved outside of TB? So this is a learning process, not just for me. I've told all my directors, when you come to me, you have to talk what you're doing and AI, what opportunities are there for AI. But to be able to do this, we also need people who are experienced in this field as an institution. But that doesn't stop us from using people like Paul. Paul, we are part of ministry, of course, and so when we call on you, you will come, and you've always come. But we've also decided we need champions within younger people than me, who are more energetic and more enthusiastic about AI, to be champions for us in the institution. But there is, I think, we just had a directors meeting on the 17th, where we discussed and we called an outside person to talk to us about AI in health. So we do programs, including TB, and we are embedding, and you have had some presentations on the good experiences that we should share very loudly so that they are adopted across the country. But within program, we also do HIV. Now the programs are wider. How are we applying AI beyond TB programming? So the project directors and the chief of party is here. And if you haven't already heard, AI has to be part of everything that we do, because to improve efficiencies, to increase reach, to improve quality. So it is now a strategic directive where you can't do anything else. It's a strategic directive that we have to include AI. So the journey is, although these practices have been mentioned, they were adopted also as part of the national programs. But as JCRC, we do research. How can we include AI within research? But also, how can we do research on AI and what innovations to bring on board? I think Paul opened our eyes. You don't just do your innovation and you implement it, their processes, but we are not aware of these processes. So it is, you are here. And again, we will be working with you because at the end of the day, it is like I've been telling people, gene therapy is here. If you don't jump on that wagon, AI was here, it has come. And if you don't utilize it, you are a very big loser. So that is where we are in terms of the priorities. It is every aspect of our JCRC work should encompass whatever is available on the market, because they are there, whatever has been approved by WHO. So each one is tasked wherever they are working. How can I improve the way I work using AI? I think I'll stop there. The roadmap will depend on, the roadmap has to be success. It will not depend on anything. So you have to look at how you are successful. See.
Well, thank you so much, Edie, for that. I'll move on to Dr. Paul. What regulatory framework does Uganda have on the use of AI in the healthcare system?
Yeah, thank you very much. So Uganda does not have any AI-specific regulation, whether it is in the health sector, whether it is broadly for the country. All of them, both of them are in development. But one thing we must all know about AI, and it should really focus how we treat it, is that artificial intelligence is an enabler. It's not an end in itself. And the things that it enables are usually already regulated. So whatever we do must fall within the framework of those things. Of course, there are some data-specific things that we could look at, and they have laws associated with those around privacy and protection. And usually, you can survive quite a bit of those if, first of all, those data subjects have provided consent following giving them enough information about what this data should be used for. But even outside that, there are rules around data privacy and protection, including making sure that data is de-identified as it is shared around. The one thing that I would like, I keep flagging when I talk about AI in the context of health is care not to cause harm, or care not to miss an opportunity to buy service. The laws to enable those really exist in the context of either our clinical guidelines or so on. So even when we bring in AI, we use either as a screening tool, a diagnostic tool, a clinical decision support tool. We must rely on already existing frameworks that we use to validate similar processes. Because what AI is coming in to do is to just enhance those processes, which should generally already be expected to exist. Like, for example, if you have a TB diagnostic work that uses chest X-rays, so you do your image acquisition, you have your reader or an expert reader who will read and interpret. So maybe you're bringing in AI to reduce the workload of the reader so that you can be faster with your diagnosis, or you can diagnose higher volumes. So that process should already be defined. And if you're replacing an expert with AI, the AI must be validated to be performing at the same quality as an expert reader or better. So an AI model are need to be cast in stone. So you cannot carry my approval and impose it on someone else. So if I come up with a model and my model has been validated and been proved to work, someone else should come and say, I have also come up with an X-ray reader, AI based, and you have already approved it. So this one should be approved. It's just kind of like, it is the same concept, but these are different tools. Each of them should be validated. It will be kind of like the way NDA will not approve, will approve vacancy per site. Like the standard produced by Paul in Marara, that one can be supplied in Uganda. The one produced by Paul in Masaka, that one we have not approved. So these there are some specificities. So those are some of the things that we need to take care of. The foundational framework, even in the absence of a specific one. So if I think in the domain we are deploying it to enhance functionality there, we must comply with the rules and regulations that exist in that specific domain.
Okay, thank you so much, Paul. Quickly, is there, we want to know the guidance we give partners in this era of AI, how they can balance the benefits of AI, but also ensuring that patient privacy and security of data is maintained. So what guidance would you give to partners in this space of AI?
Right now, these rules are all over the place. But for us, because we have a dedicated data protection officer, the best guidance we offer people now is come and we help you navigate the complication of the complicated compliance environment. The one thing that you have to know is that even our regulators in the name of the data protection, and I'm really hoping you to invite them.
Not yet.
Yes, they are also trying to understand the laws they have put in place. So they are not very good at enforcing them. Many times they make mistakes, their attempts are enforced. So if you are talking, even when you engage them alone, sometimes they might be too harsh on you, but they are interpreting their own regulations. But because we engage with them frequently, even when we engage them, for us, we can tell we are open. We have that kind of relationship where we can tell them day by day, here you are what we should need. So I would advise you to come and we engage them together. It will ease those compliance requirements.
Okay, thank you so much. So we come to your office.
To the ministry. But I'll be able to focus.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So we will stop here with our panel discussion, and we really want to thank our panelists. Thank you for sharing your expertise, your insights, and the contributions that you made. Please, let's give a hand of applause to our panel. Okay. And now we'll move on to our keynote address. And I have the pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, who will be talking about the role of AI in ending the TB epidemic, the global perspective. And our keynote speaker for today is Ken Stover. I hope I pronounced that right. Yes. And Ken is the co-founder and group managing director, stroke CEO of Simplify Networks. And Simplify was started in 2014 and is one of the premier network and communication distributors for East and Central Africa. Prior to starting Simplify, Ken had various roles at Intel, Microsoft, and 3Com. He worked on product design, marketing, business development, and Intel Capital. Ken has also worked in Haiti, rebuilding internet infrastructure, and in Tanzania, installing computers in schools. Projects sponsored by the Clinton Foundation and USAID. So please join me in welcoming Ken to give us the keynote address for this symposium.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invite to this program. It's been really exciting listening to some of the stuff that's going on. I just want to preface that I'm not a tuberculosis specialist. I'm not a medical specialist, but I know quite a bit about technology. And technology is going to be tied into all sorts of things, especially in this world of AI. So I think it's a good time to be, how do we put them together closer and closer instead of like, this is medical, this is technology, they have to be joined. And so we'll talk about some of the things that our thoughts, what's going on with happening at our company, but also what's happening on the industry, what's going on. So as you can see, I started Simplify, we're 12 years old this year, this January. We're the largest provider of networking communication. So pretty much if you have a Wi-Fi or a network or a Twitch device, it probably came from us. We're distributors for a bunch of different products. We've worked very closely with the CDC and the METS team for many years, helping roll out Wi-Fi in hospitals. So many of the hospitals that have Wi-Fi now, we're always paying for some Wi-Fi. We helped on the design of the Ministry of Health Emergency Response Center. And we also helped on the recent Ebola outbreak by us on the Wi-Fi. So we've been partnering with the Ministry of Health and all of them. So what is AI? AI is one of the biggest buzzwords I've heard for a long, long time. Well, right after blockchain, right? And you were just mentioning that. You had blockchain and everybody was buzz, not gonna happen, right? AI's come up and this is gonna be a little bit more serious. And it's kind of like the internet, we saw the internet bubble that happened. So I went up onto Google AI and says, what is AI? So I just threw that up there, cut and pasted up there. But the biggest thing about AI is it's what's replacing human intelligence. How do we replace human intelligence so we can do some thinking that the computers or the AI models can do some thinking that humans used to do in the past, and it's helping to implement. So sadly, one of the biggest problems is a lot of the stuff we call AI is probably not AI. Every buzzword, everything, every product that goes out there has AI components on it, but it's probably not a lot of cases. There are some cases we'll talk about in a second. One of the biggest things that's happening in the industry is computers have gotten faster. So I've got a computer, I just got a new laptop this week, and it has AI components in it, but it has so much power in it and the capability of doing large language model manipulation. So one of the challenges we've always had in the past is we have all this data, but we couldn't manipulate it fast enough to make it reply. You needed a mainframe, you needed some really super big servers. Now we're getting to the point where it's becoming easier and easier to take a lot of data and manipulate it and be able to do something with it. So just because it's not AI, there's still some really cool stuff that's going on that we should take advantage of. So here's some facts that I've been kind of collecting over the last couple of years on AI stuff. There was a big study that came out of some of the industry that said in 2025, 95% of all small and medium AI implementations failed. Well, they mostly failed because they were experiments. And this is the time we're experimenting, we're trying to learn, and we're building failures. But when a company came in and said, we're gonna roll out AI, the majority of them failed. So don't be afraid to test some of the things that are out there. Today, AI is mostly used for writing emails, summarizing. I mean, now I think my Google Mail is summarizing my email for me so that I don't have to read the whole email. We're seeing a lot of that going on, and that's great. And we're seeing a lot of that, but it's not really doing the things we really want it to do. This is the interesting one. It cost them an AI server. If you really wanted to get into an AI server, we cost this out. We had a customer who wanted an AI server. We went out and costed it out. $70,000, one server. So if I'm rolling out a medium AI technology and I need the hardware for it, it's about $70,000. Now I know as Paul was saying that there's people who are rolling stuff out, Raxios and stuff, I think with Ministry of Health, there's stuff with Rock Telecom that they're starting to put servers out that people can use.
Yeah.
Sorry.
About STL.
Yes. So there's stuff that's out there that people can start using, but if you're gonna go out and just buy servers for yourself, it's pretty expensive and they're really hard to get right now because everybody's buying them. But AI is also causing ICT costs to increase. My cost for cable my cost for fiber, my cost for memory, CPUs have all gone up. I don't know if you've seen that in your budgets when we get, all of that is going up because the handful of people are buying all of the AI stuff that's out there right now. You know, so the Microsofts and the Metas and the Amazons, and all these people are buying all of the equipment that they can buy out there. My fiber company just told me, we are booked solid now until July. I cannot give you any more fiber until July. This is all going to the AI stuff. So we're starting to see a lot of things that are going on in this place. Sadly, few companies are making any money, right? So you look at Microsoft, if you watch their stock report, it's not very good because they're not making any money. 3% of Microsoft's Copilot subscription is only 3% of the people are paying for it. The rest of them are using it for free. We also know AI is being used to do fake stories and pictures. We can go into that. That's all discussion by itself. Next slide, please. So here's some example where AI is actually being used today. So learning language and translating languages. So what they're able to do is they can actually change and make updates, learning to some of the software. And you're starting to see that in languages, translations. Images, facial recognition, that's a great one where I can now find a person in a crowd and do facial recognition, either for good or for bad, but they're doing that. Creating images. Self-driving cars are basically, they're in real-time mode. If I'm driving on the road, I'm waiting for that to come here. Especially the taxi, the self-driving, that would be amazing. So cars can self-drive, and that's using some of the AI. Some of the personal assistance stuff that's out there. And even in the medical care, some of the predictive modeling is starting to use some of this where they can actually see and make changes or make recommendations. Now, I think we're still using doctors and people to do that. But what is not AI? This is really important because we need to determine if this is AI or not. Now, if we call it AI and it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's just, it's not really technical what it is. So, but everybody's calling it AI. But what is not AI? If then programming, right? So if this happens, then this happens. So I'm doing a program and I'm reading something in and it says, I see ABC, then do XYZ. That's not AI, that's just basically really good programming. A lot of the analytics are not AI, but they're still doing good stuff. You know, because of the large language modeling that we can process faster, it's not necessarily AI, but it's still doing good stuff. And basically, that stuff is just, that is not learning. If you have to keep programming it and keep putting if-then statements on, that's not really AI. AI is artificial intelligence. It can learn on itself. So those are kind of the difference between the two. I think Paul was making, comments about machine language, non-machine language, all those things. That's all in there. But yeah, the difference is, can it learn on its own or not? So, how should we embrace AI? AI is one of those things where it's not gonna go away. It's gonna be here, it's gonna be something that's like the computer industry, it's kind of like the internet. It was kind of like, all these different things that come by. But what do we need to understand? And I think policy setting is one of the biggest things we have to do. I know Uganda is a bit behind on some of the policies. There is groups of people, and I think there was a slide earlier that talked about that. But the one problem I'm asking is they're not being private sector to the table. Private sector is not being involved in some of the policies that we really need to make that happen. Because if we have academia and if we have governments and they're not able to make all the decisions, private sector is going to go and steamroll over it and it won't be good. So let's make sure that the private sector is part of it. So what do we have to do? We have to plan. This is, as we've all been hearing, it's complex and can get out of hand quickly. Everybody will do implementation. I want to do something, I want to make some money, I want to do this. It can get out of control really quickly, or it can do bad things. So we have to plan. What is it that we want to do with it? How do we keep it focused in those areas? What is the policy? How do we implement and where to use it? So it's not like everything's going to be AI. It's like, okay, we're going to focus on TB or HIV, but then how we use it. Data. One of the key things of artificial intelligence is data. If you have bad data, that means you're going to get bad data outputs. So where am I getting my data from? Privacy. What data are you sharing and with whom? I think we've talked a couple of times about the privacy protection laws in Uganda, which we have to abide by. But you look at tools, how many use like the AI assistants in Zoom today? How many people? Everybody's using that. Do you know where that data is going? All that stuff that you're talking about in those meetings is going to some dude in China. And he's processing it, but now he owns that data. He's gonna use it to make his stuff better. But he owns that data. We gotta be careful. We gotta be careful. Now, if you're just talking about general stuff, it's probably fine. But if you're talking about very secure, very confidential stuff, it's probably not a tool you want to use unless you know exactly what's happening with the data. So things like security, how do you protect your server, the data, where is your data stored? Is it stored locally? Is it stored here? Is it stored there? And as I say on the bottom, free is not free. The tools and apps own your data. So everybody has AI stuff on their, you know, my email has AI, all these things have AI. The people who provide that AI own that data now because of the stuff that you sign and the things that you do. So you have to be just really careful about some of that. So what do we do today? I think it's again, embrace or run over. You have to understand where it's going to be. Or how do we embrace it? What do we need to do? And think about how we do it. It will be a life-changing opportunity. Probably will not be like a blockchain. This will be something that will change our lives. Just like line manufacturing back in the early, 1900s. Automobiles when they came out, it was everybody like, oh, reduction. Computers, when IBM came out with the first personal computer, they said, oh, this is a niche. Nobody's ever gonna buy a home computer. Well, we know that's changed, right? The internet back in 2000, everybody's like, oh, what is gonna happen when it's changed our life? Everything now is on the internet, and now we have AI. Set our policy be how and where we use AI. Define how it can be used in the medical scenarios. I think there was lots of comments about there are programs in place, how do we implement or how do we bring inside that kind of environment. Keep using non-AI tools, they work, so just because it's not AI, it's AI. Keep using them. If they're working, doing your job, keep using them. But also you learn how you can be more productive using AI. I use AI to write an email, or write a letter to do those, but then show others. Be a tech leader. We don't have to have those young people do it. We can have even some of the older people do it. Yeah, I heard that comment earlier. Be a tech leader. You can start by writing emails, trip planning, personal assistance, use that, but then take that and help others learn. Help your company grow into that to be more productive. The money that's going to be made in Uganda today, the people who are going to go to a company and show them how to be more productive. If I can go to Stanbic Bank and say, I can show you how to be more productive, they're going to pay me for that, right? That's where the money we're going to see going. Next slide. So I want to just kind of conclude this. Some other technology trends that I just wanted to bring up into this discussion that are going to implement or be complementary to some of the AI stuff. So you need to also just not say AI is the only thing. Look at the technology in whole. So obviously we have AI. The next one is fiber to the desktop. We're going to need a lot more data going to the desktop. Wi-Fi will be okay. Wireless will not be okay. Wired connections will not be okay. We need to expand the fiber to the desktop. There's great new technologies in that space. I mentioned LoRa WAN. That's used for sensors and for monitoring data. We're using it right now in the national forest, like weather data at different stages of the national forest at different levels. Things like Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 7 is the newest technology in Wi-Fi, much faster. So as you're moving a lot more data, you're going to have to look at doing upgrades. So there's some really cool technologies in there. Small form factor computing. I usually bring one of these. Computers nowadays, in fact, we roll a lot of these out into the hospitals, and they're about this big. It's a full computer that's very small. Those are kinds of trends that we're going to see. The technology is going to be smaller and smaller as we go. And then the last one is small storage servers, or our NAS, what we call network attached storage. And we're starting to see more and more of that starting to come out at better and better pricing. So think about, I can store my data at my office, I can store my data at my home, I can do more storage than generally just buying cloud and putting it up in the cloud. So that's the kind of stuff I wanted to talk about today, and I hope it was enjoyable. I thank you again for having me here, and if there's any questions, I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Want to extend our sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker for a powerful and insightful address on AI. So thank you so much for that. I think you challenged us to think differently and to act decisively. So that was very clear in your presentation. So at this point, we want to go into the final part of our program today, which is the closure and the wrap up and the closure for our meeting. But before we move there, again, I want to thank the team to appreciate all our speakers for the day. I think we can give them very warm hand clap. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank our online audience. Thank you so much for staying on up to this time. Yes, we had good attendance. At one point when I checked, we had more than 100 people attending online. So thank you so much for staying on, our online audience. We apologize for the glitches that we had, and we promise that we'll do better. We are always continuously improving. So at this point, I want to Simon, you're the chair of the day. We have a few minutes to end about. Yes, so at this point, we'll see if we have any questions online, but also if there are any questions from our last presentations that we had. Okay, Dr. Sisi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ken, for that quick overview. And also maybe bringing us back to reality, because I'm a big over enthusiastic and I overstep, and I think I will solve everything everywhere. I think your last slide says it all. We have to select what and where we apply, but it has to enhance our work. That is the whole purpose. It's not a math because of AI. It has to enhance our work. And I think again, from the presentations and at least we are in this room, from the field, we see how those applications are supporting us in our work and helping us what was entity. Talked about the small program pattern. You said many things there on that slide. I don't understand fiber. But Dr. Aldo said one of the issues I think in his work was it Dr. Aldo? He was integrating the data into the national database. When we went out to graduate community health extension workers, they were all given a kit which included a tablet. And in that tablet, there was already forms for them to fill that link directly to the e-AFIA that the Minister of Health is trying to help. I don't know how these small form factor computing or handheld computers, how they work versus tablets versus, yeah.
Well, just
because I am excited about all these things. Sometimes very excited. You don't maybe look like
Well, first of all, we're happy to come sit with your JCRC ICT team and have a further conversation if you'd like. We'd be very, very happy to talk to you all the time now. So we'd be very happy to do that. The small form factor in computing, like I said, I usually bring one, and I apologize I didn't bring one. but it's about a box this size. It typically mounts on the back of a monitor. And it's a full computer, it's a full Windows computer. And what they're used for in a lot of cases is if I don't have a big desk area to put a computer, you see them at receptionists in the hospitals using that, people doing the regular things like that. And they can be at the very low side of processing, all the way up to very, very high processing capabilities. And what we're doing is just shrinking the technology, but it's doing two things. Not only is the technology shrinking, but also the power is shrinking. So for us who are doing running on solar, running on backup battery, one of the key things is, do I have enough power to get through my day? And so for small form factor is bringing smaller capability or small capacity, but still as good as a laptop or still as good as a desktop, but at a much lower price point and power point. So we can have less solar, less batteries that have to do for my hospital or for my clinic.
This program people are listening.
Thank you so much. There was a hand up the back. Go ahead.
I think you mentioned something that reminded me of the person asked earlier, actually to Mr. Paul Baka. You mentioned that PII, they're not allowed the top state in countries that don't have the same data policy as Uganda. However, many times you have to make use of cloud computing, yeah? And you realize that most of these services come from countries like United States and all that, and they may not actually have the same policy as Uganda. So my question would be, can we still leverage those services? Because I believe, for example, AWS, we have something like regions where they have South Africa, they have America. So can we still use those services? Because as you have said, these servers are really very expensive and we might have to leverage cloud computing, yeah? So can we still use them while selecting regions that apply to us? Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, okay. First of all, I don't work in the data protection office. I must put that disclaimer. Like I said earlier, we've had experience where we have requested the data protection office to give us a waiver and allow us to host outside Uganda. And they keep, my own interpretation is that when they're in doubt, they stand still. They never say yes, they never say no. But the way the law is written, you can make a justification and this is a waiver. But that waiver for us as Minister of Health, we have requested for it multiple times. So we are, I don't know, we could say we are tinkering at the edges of the law ourselves.
As an example.
Yeah, so some of the things that we do in terms of to adapt. For example, we can train the models in high-end servers that are not in Uganda. But to deploy, because it's a short-term process to training of the model. It might take time, it might take a month or so. That it is an event. You give it data, it trains it, it gives you an output, which is a model. That model can be deployed locally. So the only part so we try to minimize the exposure by separating these two processes. The time when you need high computing and the deployment. Like for example, we are right now deploying AI for entomological surveillance, identifying mosquito species and so on. The training of the model happened elsewhere, but the deployment, the models have been deployed on the devices that are used locally. So it's only when we need retraining that we take it outside. So it's difficult to comply strictly if you want to encourage innovation. So the data protection office itself is also it is not very strict with its enforcement, but it just never says yes, because when they say yes, they are breaking the law. So they just leave you to work in some opaque form.
Well, for us, none of our storage is here in Uganda. Now, we store very little personal data. Most of it's invoicing and things like that. So when we apply for the personal data protection, we notify them that our data is stored in Amsterdam. So we have a cloud service that's in Amsterdam and it's restricted to Amsterdam, and they have no problem passing their stuff through. So again,
But
we're tiny amount of data that we're personally. You guys are doing way more data, so it's not with it.
But Europe is generally fine.
Yeah.
Europe is generally fine because our law is actually derived from there.
Okay, thank you. Gibson?
Yeah.
You have a question?
Yeah, so mine is around the cost. And I think you mentioned that the cost of a server is around $70,000 US, which is a bit high. But working with JCRC and looking at the presentations, most of the presentations are about using what is existing. The X-rays, Epicon, and probably other investors who have invested in Epicon, which actually stifles innovation. When we have meetings with Dr. Sisi, she's telling us, but can't you use AI to predict anthrax or all these. So like she's ambitious. She wants to see innovation and use of AI. So my question is, are there opportunities? There's open AI, but how can you apply open AI given the conditions that we have in the country?
Yeah, I mean, you can set up large language models on a computer. And the issue comes down to just how much data that you're moving through the process. So typically you'll have your processor, and then you'll usually have a graphics processor that does a lot of the stuff. If I'm doing low data stuff, it's not horribly bad, and you can do around certain things. Once you start getting into higher and higher, this request was 70,000. They were going to be putting it on the net and letting people put their programs on or do testing on it. So it's probably going to be a higher data requirement to do that. So you have to look at that. Then there's, if you look at the slide, there's a whole bunch of very specific AI models that are out there. I mean, we all hear about OpenAI, we hear about ChatGPT, which are basically OpenAI. But there are models out there that actually can work with you, and you can either write on top of theirs, or they can sell you models that can write on top of your hardware. So a lot of it's going to come down to how much data processing that you really need. And AI is a very, very heavy processing capability or requirement. And that's the balance that we have to do is where can we get that balance? And right now, you're seeing these massive data centers going up all around the world, especially in America, and huge amounts of space, huge amounts of power, huge amounts of cooling. And it's basically to process all of that data that's coming through there. And the other problem is right now, there's the cost of some of the stuff is artificially high because of demand. There's a huge demand, very low supply. And so eventually those will come down, but it's not going to be a $2,000 laptop that's going to be doing it in server. It's still going to be the $20,000, $30,000 thing. That was just for a medium-sized server. That's good.
Okay, thank you. A question from me is that a number of AI innovations require partnerships working among different organizations. And imagine with that involves transfer of large data sets among the different organizations and partners. And that would also mean that the cost of the internet to transfer those data sets is also high. Do you see that as a limitation for developing some of these AI solutions in our context?
I think you will. I mean, prices of the internet are coming down every day, every year. You're seeing prices reducing dramatically. Price of the internet is really basically on where your data is located. The farther away your data is, the more it costs the ISP to do that, because they have to go over pipes, bigger pipes and different pipes across the ocean and stuff. The more data we can get locally here, lower cost the internet's going to be. So one of the key things is if you're going to do a partnership and they put a cap, they cap one of their servers here. Most of the data is here. Just put a server. It's really inexpensive to drop a server into Raxio or into Rock or into Liquid and one of those guys, and pop a server into them and use it locally. So the closer you can get the data, the less expensive it is.
Okay. Thank you so much.
But maybe if I could just add, so you have to compartmentalize when you are deployed and when you are training. So when you're training, you transfer large data sets to facilitate the development of the model. But once the model is ready, all you are sending is either an image to be interpreted or a question. So at that point, the transfer you're doing is just what you need help with. So if I have a particular image, the only transfer is for this image, and what will come back to me is the result based on that. So at deployment, the data footprint is quite small.
Thank you. I'll go to the chat. There is a question in the chat, but it doesn't say who it's directed to. But the question is, how do we measure impact of AI in our work or interventions? And how do we show that AI made a difference in our work?
I'm gonna get that promotion. Well, again, I think we're still at the early stages of it. So if you are showing other people how to do it and how to use it. But I mean, right now, if I want to be more productive on my emails and my messages, it's easy to do and it's quite straightforward to do, but a lot of people are not quite sure what to do. So, being advocates to talk to other people in the company. But I think the first thing is at the company level, the company should set a strategy of what they think. Because remember, if I'm taking my confidential information and putting it into ChatGPT, that information is at ChatGPT and it's used then for learning more things for them. So you have to also look at the privacy of what is it that I want to put out there, what is it that I don't want to put out there. And you have to kind of guide that. But then I think putting standards in place for the company. Now we don't have lots of people in our company, so we won't kind of use it on our own. But if I've got a large company, I want to say, okay, you can use ChatGPT or you can use this, but it's limited to these things, and please don't use these things. There's ways that you can monitor that with your Wi-Fi or with your network and stuff. So you just have to kind of look at that. So set the policy in place and get the early adopters to help the people, like maybe the older people, to adopt it. Start.
All right, thank you so much. I think with that, come to the end of our symposium. We have 5 minutes to go, and I want to leave it for the wrap up and the official closure of the symposium. So at this point, I want to welcome our ED to officially close this symposium and share your remarks. But before the ED comes on, just to our online audience, there is a link that has been sent in the chat. Please, it's an evaluation link, so let's click it and evaluate how the events of the day went, such that we are able to see where we can improve. So go into the chat and let's fill in that evaluation. I'm also informed that we have our donors from DOS still online.
They are online. Let's just check if they are online. They can say something.
Okay. So Rachel, we're just checking if you're still online. Okay. So Rachel dropped off. So at this point, ED, I want to hand it over to you to do for us the official wrap up and closure.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Okay.
And thanks for staying up to the end. Some of you had no option. But I'm not going to do a wrap up because also the food is ready for those ones who are here. I'm not going to be the one keeping you from the food. But I would like, first of all, to thank you, the team that made the organization. Thank you very much. I think this was timely as we go to celebrate the TB Day and what is our contribution and what are we saying. We want to end TB, but we want to utilize AI. And I think we already were told there are tools that have been validated and approved by WHO. We need to adopt them. But as we say, we need to scale up what we are doing. I would like to thank all the people whom we invited to present from outside of the GCRC. Thank you for making those presentations, enlightening us. I think this is part of the learning process. Also, what is possible, what is not possible, however enthusiastic maybe about how we move forward. So thank you, and I think there is follow-on for more, maybe smaller discussions at the end Paul, and he's available to help us with Simplify, although we are working with them. I think there are areas, even from just this presentation, where we can benefit in addition to applying AI. I would like to thank the GCRC presenters who have shown what is possible and what is working. Sometimes in the past, WHO has sent out guidelines. And then when we go to do research and implementation, we say, WHO, this one doesn't work. So it is not taking everything wholesome. I know they are due diligence, but we have had research projects here where we go back and say, you have to change this. And they've changed because we have provided evidence. So the presentations we gave provide evidence in the field. And that is why I'm asking NTLP to, in their regular meetings, to listen to the people in the field and how we are applying AI and how we can inform the program, not only in the regions where we are working, but beyond. But there may also be other best practices that have not been presented here from other implementers. So for us, we'll do our best, but that is not our job. We are not going to, we'll try what we can, but I think we are working with you. And we said we need to think boldly. We need to see what is working. We need to scale it out. Because at the end of the day, it's not any one institution. It is all of us together. Thank you very much. And now, for those ones who are here, you are invited for that. For those ones who are online, please go and have lunch on resources.
Thank you.